Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 6, Underlying Malevolence. Chancellor Palpatine stood at the large curving windows of his personal office, looking out at the busy skyline of the planet of Coruscant. Not a day goes by where the skies remain cluttered and busy with commuters, civilians, workers, and so on going about their day and night. It was quite a sight, really. A sinister smile made its way onto the Chancellor's face, counting down the days where at long last the Republic would fall. In its place, the Sith Empire that had been hiding in the shadows for a millennia will rise once again and rule the galaxy. And yet, a great shockwave within the Force signaled the start of something different. Something that will change the very way the galaxy works. He could feel it. Every Force-sensitive could feel. Chancellor Palpatine, Captain Steve Rogers is here to speak with you as requested. And it all starts with this man. Thank you. Palpatine put up his generally pleasant facade. Please send him in. The entrance to the Chancellor's office opened, revealing the star-spangled leader of the Avengers walk in with his trademark shield on his back. Chancellor Palpatine. Steve Rogers said respectfully. You wanted to see me? Yes, please my good sir. Palpatine said kindly, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. Please have a seat, Captain, no need to stand there uncomfortably. Obliging to the Chancellor's request, Steve placed his shield on the side of his chair whilst sitting down before the Chancellor, who took his own seat. I hope your time here in Coruscant has been pleasant. Palpatine said, making small talk. The Temple and the Jedi have been very accommodating. Steve said with a nod. As they should be. Palpatine said expectantly. What you and your team has done in such a short amount of time is truly to be commended. We didn't do as much as many would expect. Steve stated plainly. 2 planets in an overall galactic war seems minimal at best, sir. As humble as you may state your actions to be, the defense of Naboo as well as notifying the Republic of an impending invasion of the clones' homeworld of Kamino are no small matters, Captain Rogers. Palpatine said, crossing his fingers together. You may look at it as small actions of grander war, but many would find themselves inclined to disagree. Especially the people of my home of Naboo. I've even heard rumblings within the clone army of the actions of your recent reunion with the one called Colonel Rhodes, who was instrumental in notifying the Republic of the Separatists' plans of invasion. If I were to be honest with you, Chancellor, everything you listed off was happenstance and knee-jerk reactions. Steve admitted. I, along with Sam and Scott, did not wish to see the loss of innocent lives. Rhodey himself said that siding with the clone troopers on the moon called Rishi was the only viable means of reuniting with us. My, oh my. Palpatine chuckled good-naturedly. I have met a rare few who displayed an exceptional level humility save the Jedi Order, but you truly are a man unto yourself. I try, Chancellor. Steve said with a small humored smirk, though it had yet to reach his eyes. This went unnoticed at the moment by the secret Dark Lord of the Sith. Doesn't seem like you try at all. Palpatine went on before furrowing his brows. Still. I feel underwhelmed right now. Sir. You have done a great deal for the Republic, and yet, the Jedi Order and Republic have yet to truly reward you with something greater than some meager living quarters for your stay here. Palpatine said with a shake of his head. Chancellor Palpatine, we don't mean to impose. Palpatine only cut him off. I will hear none of it, Captain Rogers. I cannot, in good consciousness, leave you and your allies with nothing more than a room to reside in. No, this will not do. On this, I impose my will of assisting you and your allies in finding the rest of your lost comrades. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do so within a heartbeat. Steve couldn't help but widen his eyes in slight disbelief at the offer of the Chancellor for him and his friends. This kind of deal coming from the head of a centralized galactic government was too good to be true. And therein was the silver lining. It was too good to be true. Say what you will about politics, people, hell-living sentient beings, one thing remained the same. Governments of any shapes and sizes are run with agendas in mind that can be changed and twisted in time. And from what he had been reading about the galactic history of this galaxy, it may prove to be true to a much greater degree than his own revelations back home on Earth. The Chancellor appeared to be a kind and benevolent man, though with a strength to him and a charisma to match. And yet, there was something familiar to this display. This act. He had seen it before and too many times in a short amount of it since the years of him waking up in a new world he did not recognize. But there was still the prospect of using Palpatine's offer to a degree. Steve can't deny that they are by all technicalities stuck here. So using anything he could at his disposal in order to find the other Avengers and get back home to Earth. Then there was the Galactic War they had already inadvertently participated in on the side of the Galactic Republic. Twice now, and with how news spread like wildfire in any forms of news media, their actions had already been broadcasted across the galaxy, no doubt earning a bit of the ire of the separatist faction. If he were to be honest with himself, after learning a great deal about this whole war, he did not exactly view the CIS in a positive light. That's not to say that the Republic was at fault with the way they've conducted themselves. He should thank Nat when he finds her in teaching him how to be extremely thorough when researching two sides to an argument. Both sides were at great fault, as one instigated war while the other quite literally did nothing until they had no choice but to fight in the war. Steve couldn't help the biting remark that came out his mouth upon reading that portion of recent galactic history. There was a disagreement back on a farm he recalled at the time, but he decided not to dwell on it. Returning to the current moment at hand, Steve stood from his seat and gave the Chancellor a hard but respectful stare. "I'll consider this offer very seriously, Chancellor," Steve said truthfully. "I will speak with my comrades on this regard. We're not gonna dismiss it so lightly. Take all the time you need, Captain Rogers," Palpatine said understandingly, though with a joking tone added. "But please do hurry, there is a war still going on after all." "Right." Steve frowned, eyes glancing down. "The war." Palpatine observed the superhero's reaction momentarily. "What do you make of this war, if I may ask, Captain Rogers?" Palpatine found himself asking. A man of your rank and clear talent must have his own opinion of war. Steve regarded the aged man momentarily, silently contemplating the question. His eyes drifted over his shoulder at the sight of several LAAT gunships whizzing by with their hatch doors open to reveal squadrons of clones from various corps and legions. "There's a lot one could say about this war," Steve said slowly. "Moreover, the necessary means and actions that could have been done to prevent such a galactic-scale conflict. Something the Republic and the Jedi worked strenuously in doing so. And yet, it still happened as it would have," Steve said with a stoic visage. "Pardon?" Palpatine was confused by such a rebuttal. "I'm sorry." Steve waved off, rubbing his chin in thought. "Just a stray thought from the past." "Of course," Palpatine said in a pardoning manner. "Though, you are correct in a way. As much as the Republic tried, and tried it did, the war and all of this madness truly felt inevitable. All that could be done is put off the inevitable when I look back on all of our actions. War is a universal concept that is always inevitable," Steve said with a sense of aged wisdom in his words. "It's one of the many things that are doomed to repeat itself throughout history. I never took you for a philosophical and scholarly individual, Captain Rogers." Palpatine joked with a friendly chortle. "A good soldier is only as effective as his mind is then his sword," Steve said, a faux sage-like tone. "Oh? And who said that?" "Someone back on my planet said something similar to that," Steve explained. "I think at least. Might have missed that lesson back at boot camp." Palpatine chuckled lightly, leaning back into his chair to get more comfortable. "You are truly a marvel, Captain Rogers, if you don't mind me saying," the Chancellor said lightheartedly. "From what I've seen your companions pull off to your own feats on Naboo and your most recent friend, Colonel Rhodes. And you say that there are still others like you somewhere perhaps in this galaxy." "Yeah, 5 others," Steve said, longingly thinking about his lost friends. "I do hope they're doing well enough for themselves. They can take care of themselves," Steve said, confident in his teammates. "All of them can adapt to their situations and do what they need to do in order to survive." "Such confidence," Palpatine said, showing a sense of awe. "False awe. I wish I held the belief you had in the people you trust, Captain Rogers. I have only a small handful. Gotta trust in the friends you do have," Steve said. At the end of the day, they're all you have sometimes. Palpatine only shook his head, calm smile in place. You hold greater wisdom than even I can fathom, Captain. And I thought I have my fair share of knowledge. Steve only smiled once more, yet it still didn't reach his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a growing level of discomfort around him. Maybe it was the air, maybe just homesickness, but something was really starting to bug him about being here, and it felt all too familiar in his mind. Sighing, Steve stood from his seat. I gotta head back to the temple. Don't wanna leave my friends for too long. Of course, Captain Rogers. Palpatine said understandingly, standing up out of his seat as well and offered his hand. Just remember, my offer to assist you and your comrades still stands even if you deny it the first time around. Steve only nodded his head in turn as show of respect and goodbye, shaking the man's hand before grabbing his shield and placing it on his back whilst exiting the office. As soon as he departed, Palpatine's facial expression morphed into one of a scowling frown whilst seating himself again. For some reason, things did not go as expected. He could feel it. This Captain Rogers was not one to be so easily swayed as he first expected. It seems that there is more to this man than he least expected. Sure, he appeared to be a kind of run-of-the-mill soldier, yet the Force and the man's own presence spoke a very different tone in front of Sidious. He was a man not easily fooled, he could admit that much. But it mattered not. For Sidious, it wouldn't be long until he would either sway the support of the Avengers to his side or simply remove them entirely from the field. Both of these could be accomplished in time. And yet, Sidious felt his nose and eye twitch in unison momentarily, a sense of irritation washing over him. Teeth clenched, the Sith Lord willed himself to calm down and retain a calm demeanor. Why was so much bothering him right now? What in the name of the Force was happening? He had never felt such a suffocating feeling of frustration before. Was it truly because of the arrival of these Avengers? Then that means he'd have to proceed with a cautious quickening of his plans. The Force wills it. However, Palpatine's seat slowly swiveled around to face the window, eyes set on one structure specifically. The Jedi Temple, seed to the Sith's ancient age-old enemy, lay there before him. A temple that in good time will fall under the control of the Sith, once again as it did so many centuries ago. Though he couldn't see him, Palpatine could feel him. Stretching his connection and feeling in the Force, through some difficulty, Sidious located the Jedi Grand Master Yoda. The little green imp was sitting within a personal meditation chamber with Force surrounding the Jedi as it did him. In fact, the whole Force has been on the fritz and high alert since the initial shockwave, and it didn't seem to be calming down anytime soon. The more Sidious thought on the matter, the more the underlying anxiety seemed to grow. What does this mean? What could it cause? He knew that something like this was not so easily ignored, and since it has yet to calm down, so to speak, this in turn could lead to unforeseen consequences. Sidious needed to start looking into contingencies sooner than later, it appears. Meanwhile, at the Jedi Temple was the aforementioned Grand Master Yoda, who was levitating above his seat in a deep trance as he allowed the Force to entirely encompass his very being. The door opened and Yoda exhaled, slowly lowering himself down. Master Windu. Yoda said expectantly. Troubled you are, I sense. Was it that easy to tell? Mace dryly asked, seating himself in front of the Grand Master. Easy for all to tell. Yoda said in light humor. All are troubled, no need to fret, Master Windu. Alone in this case, you are not. Mace Windu let out a tired sigh, crossing his legs yet slumped forward. What is happening, Grand Master? Windu inquired intently. Throughout the temple and the galaxy, the Jedi, and perhaps other Force sensitives, they've all been on edge and hyper-aware of everything. It's a typhoon in the Force. Spoken to Fisto, you have. He's always had a strange way with words. Yoda only hummed, opening his eyes since Windu entered the chamber and faced his fellow master. Much on your mind, you have, Master Windu. As do I. Yoda said, face in deep concentration. The Force, a constant state of flux it has been. Since the arrival of these Avengers. Windu stated knowingly. Blame them, do you? Not necessarily blame them. Windu said, furrowing his brows in thought. More like, set something in motion that we have yet to understand. A vision you have seen? Perhaps, premonition. Maybe. Windu only nodded to himself. But the Force, the way it's been acting so to speak. It's not like the dark side or even the light. Just the Force, you feel? Yoda nodded knowingly. In a state of flux, the Force is. A greater change to come, there is. Worry not, Master Windu. All is, as the Force wills it. But these 4 men and even the other 5 missing are not like anything we've seen in the galaxy. Windu said, rubbing his chin. They are devoid of the Force, nothing within them whatsoever. How can they be a part of the Force's will? Unclear of that, I am. Yoda admitted. Accidental, they say their arrival was. Perhaps it was indeed such an event. Nothing to do with the Force, perhaps they did. Though the Force knows the magnitude to which they bring. So what does that mean for us? Windu questioned. What does it mean for the Jedi? The Republic? Maybe even the whole galaxy. Yoda only closed his eyes, reaching out to the Force once more and feeling the rapid state of perpetual vibrancy it continued to give off. Whether or not a connection to the Force they have, responding to them it is. Yoda confirmed. We must watch these Avengers. What they do, the Force in turn responds. And if it could be something negative? Windu asked with a hard stare. Do what we must, as will the Force. Yoda could only say. During all this, Steve Rogers had exited the Republic's executive building and was face to face with the bustling world city metropolis. Letting out an exhausted breath, Steve's enhanced eyes could barely keep up with all the darting skyways above. Vehicles flying left, right, up, down in all manner of directions to get to their destinations. And he thought waking up in the 21st century was jarring. Looking around, Steve suddenly felt overwhelmed as he realized that he was not next to the docking bays of the executive building. Great. Steve muttered to himself. He felt extremely out of place right now, more so than ever before. What have you gotten yourself into, Rogers? Steve said, trying to figure out where to go. It appeared that the Coruscant guard that had assisted in bringing him here must have either left him here or forgotten about him entirely. Not that the latter was impossible considering how hectic everything seemed to be on this planet. At least from Cap's point of view. He was about to approach a random passerby when Captain Rogers. Whirling around, he saw 2 distinctly familiar faces. Senators Amidala. Steve said respectfully. And your senator, Chewie. Chuchi. The blue-skinned alien corrected politely. Right. Steve said. Are you all right, Captain? Padme asked. You seem a bit lost. Chuchi guessed, getting a sheepish look out of Cap. More or less. Steve admitted with no shame. I need to get back to the docking bay and get back to the Jedi Temple. Oh, well, we could give you a ride if you would like. Chuchi offered. I wouldn't want to impose. Steve said when Padme cut him off. Nonsense. Amidala waved for him to follow with a friendly smile. Please, this is nothing in comparison for what you did for me and the people of Naboo. You did help in saving us after all. Chuchi cheerfully reminded. The people of my planet have seen what you have done and you saved my sister and niece. Padme reminded with a praising smile. I owe you a debt of gratitude I can never truly repay. Steve blinked before smirking slightly in amusement. Well, you would be the second person today that would say that to me. Padme and Chuchi tilted their heads at that statement. The second? Padme said. Who was the first? Chancellor Palpatine. Steve answered. He called me in earlier to his office to have a small conversation. Now both senators were curious. What was it about? Chuchi asked while the 3 of them began walking towards the docking bay, Padme gesturing them to do so. Just a few things here and there. Steve idly said. He said he wanted to thank me personally and all about what Scott, Sam, and I did on Naboo. Well, that makes sense. Chuchi mused. You are after responsible in playing a large part in repelling the Separatist invasion. He said the same thing. Steve said, eyes furrowed in thought. Padme noticed his expression. What's wrong, Captain? Steve's lip twitched upwards slightly. Please, Senators. There's no need to call me Captain all the time. You could just call me Steve Rogers. Ah, then I insist on you simply calling me Padme. And that's Chuchi for you and your comrades. Appreciated, ladies. Steve tipped his head forward. And as for what's wrong? It isn't what's wrong per se, it's what he offered me and my allies for the duration of our time here. What is it? Chuchi asked. He offered us the chance to use whatever resources he can give in finding our allies that may be scattered across the galaxy. Steve said. Both ladies' eyes widened at Palpatine's apparent offer. That's quite the proposition. Padme remarked. It seems a bit much to be honest. Steve stated. My team and I only helped out twice in total in comparison to the galactic-wide war where many had already been fighting in for months now. Feels a little too familiar honestly. What do you mean? Chuchi inquired. I'll tell you ladies about it some other time. Steve said kind-heartedly. Well. Padme hummed and thought. I have thought about what you and your allies had done for me in my home. I can't ever thank you enough truthfully. Say what you will to make yourself modest, Steve, but your actions will be remembered far more at times than your words. Chuchi said cheerfully. You have a friend in me. And me as well. Padme said with a kind smile. So I also extend the offer of aid. I don't know what I am able to offer, but if I can help in any way, I can do my part. Chuchi added. Ladies, I really appreciate the offer, I do. Steve said earnestly. But I would feel like I would be taking advantage of something with you guys, and I'd rather not do such a thing. Humble and modest. Padme said with approval. You sound like a Jedi. I wouldn't know much about that. Steve said with a shrug. Padme only smirked at him. Well, I'll keep my offer open then. A favor or two, how about that then? That seems like a fair compromise. Chuchi said, jokingly professional. Steve opened his mouth to respond until he momentarily contemplated the help she had extended towards him and his friends. Senator Amidala did not have the same overbearing vibe that the Chancellor had. There was no ulterior motive in her eyes or gestures, displaying a show genuine character and want to assist and help others. The young Rochuchi seemed to share these actions, hoping to emulate her older colleague. Thank you. Steve said humbly. This means a lot to me and my friends will appreciate it as well. Scene cut. Steve had been dropped off by the temple thanks to Senators Amidala and Chuchi and headed to the guest rooms of the temple. He passed by some Jedi here and there, getting more and more familiar with the area he resided as it did not take him that long in finding his room. As he approached the corridor with the Avengers room lined up side by side, he heard the telltale signs of machines whirring, welding with accompanying laughter and conversation. Quirking a brow, Steve moved past his room and towards a room up ahead where the source of all the noise was coming from. Entering the room, he found Sam, Scott, and Rhodey all in new clothing, their suits splayed about in front of them with a few Jedi younglings. Some were in their early teens while the rest were all still kids. And amongst them was also the head librarian of the Jedi Archives, Jocasta Nu. She was conversing with Scott in a very patient and amused manner as he seemed to rambling every now and then whilst she pointed out various tools for him to use, explaining how to use each one. Sam had his own set of tools, yet these were ones from the Avengers base back on Earth in upstate New York, same as Rhodey. The former aviator noticed Steve entering the room. Hey Cap. All attention turned towards him, with many of the younglings looking up at Cap in slight wonder. Hey guys. Steve greeted, looking around the room. I see you guys are keeping yourselves busy. Might as well do something. Rhodey remarked, tapping on his helmet. Figured it would be a good time to fix up my suit. Where'd you get all these tools? Steve asked, picking up one of them that was currently unused. These are all from Earth. You could thank Scott for that. Rhodey said, head nodding over to Lang who was fiddling with his optics on his helmet. Scott heard Rhodey's statement, glancing up to see Cap facing him. Hope and I have been working on a few new advancements with Hank. Scott elaborated. The suits we already had come with the basic tools needed in repairing our suits and equipment to keep it functioning. Sliding an optic in place over its eye hole with a satisfied nod, Scott went on. So we've made a few upgrades here and there to carry more on us and a few for the rest of the team as well. Scott said, resting his helmet on his lap whilst resting his arm on it. I got a lot of tools with me in my belt but not everything. Really, I only have half of our stuff. What we could carry at least. Who has the other half? Hope. Yup. Scott confirmed with an discomforted expression. Hope they're all okay. We'll find them. Steve promised until he felt a tug on his leg and he looked down to see a young Jedi youngling looking up at him curiously. He had almost forgotten they were all surrounded by these youngsters. This Jedi youngling was Togru Tonboy, if memory served him correctly in regards to the near thousands of different species that populated the galaxy. He had a brownish-orange tint to his skin with gray lekahorn and green horizontal stripes. Hey there. Steve greeted kindly. What can I do for ya, little guy? The kid's face scrunched up in focus, trying to figure out the right words to say. Is it true that you guys are heroes on your world? The little Jedi asked. This in turn made Steve blink while a few of the other children looked over to the super soldier. And where do you hear that? Steve asked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Wordlessly, the little Jedi turned and pointed to Scott who was polishing his helmet a bit too intensely. Steve only gave the ex-convict a dry look of clear amusement. Really, Scott? You do realize you're part of the team, right? Steve stated. For 2 months now. Don't mind him. Sam waved off. Tic-Tac is still a man-child at heart. Man-child. Several of the Jedi younglings repeated in confusion. What's that? That's when a dude as old as Scotty here still acts like he's 12. Rhodey quipped, making said man slump his head with a groan. You guys suck sometimes, you know that. Scott said dejectedly. So are you guys all heroes then? Another youngling asked, this one being a young Twi'lek. In a manner of speaking. Steve said with an air of mystery to him, making some of the kids look up at him excitedly. Really? The Togru Ton kid asked. Oh yeah. Sam said brashly, making Steve deadpan at his friend. See where we come from, we're called Earth's mightiest heroes. We take the hero life very seriously. How? A little Jedi girl asked now. By helping anyone and everyone in any way we can. Rhodey explained. And if we can't do it, don't worry. Scott said with a dramatic flair. Because there are other heroes out there that can and will. The kids looked at one another with awe and excitement. Can we be heroes like you? Another Twi'lek youngling asked, this one being a girl. Well, from what we've heard, the Jedi are called the protectors of the galaxy. Scott said with a sly wink, patting the young girl's head. Which means it's not a matter of if but when you kids become heroes in your own right. The little girl only smiled bashfully, blushing a bit at the compliment. The rest of the kids chattered about animatedly until Jocasta spoke up, stating that it was time for them to get something to eat. They couldn't hide the groan of disappointment but nonetheless acquiesced upon seeing Jocasta's stern gaze. Jocasta began shepherding the children out while giving the Avengers an appreciative thank you for entertaining the younglings. As they were at long last left alone, the 3 Avengers who were here before Steve's return resumed their work upon their equipment. So Cap. It was Sam who spoke first. How'd your meeting with the Chancellor go? Steve frowned, crossing his arms as he recalled the entirety of his exchange with the elderly individual. It was more of a serenade session if you could call it that. Steve said. What? So your typical, Cap is awesome meeting. Sam said in humor. Did ya get a medal for your troubles? Not necessarily. Steve answered with a disgruntled expression. The Chancellor offered up to help us while we're here. Really? Scott looked up from his work. What kind of help? The blank check kind. Steve said knowingly towards the other 2 military men within the room. Yeah but Cap. Rhodey raised his hand with an inquisitive brow raised. The way you phrased it didn't make it seem like a good thing. What's up, Cap? Sam inquired. Chancellor giving you some weird vibe or something like that? Like this whole Force stuff? Scott asked aloud, garnering looks from the trio making him shrug. Heard all that mystic talk from the kids and the other Jedi. Steve smirked slightly at Scott's comment, finding some merit to it. But he knew better. No, not exactly the Force, so to speak. Steve murmured. Just something a bit too familiar for our tastes. He finished that last statement by making eye contact with Sam, conveying a silent message of, "You know what I'm talking about." Sam's eyes narrowed and nodded in understanding. Rhodey let out a tired sigh. "All right then, so now what do we do?" "He wasn't only one though," Steve said, eyes down now. "Senators Amidala and Chuchi also offered to help us out." "That didn't sound as bad," Rhodey said. "No, they aren't," Steve mused. "So then what do we do, Cap?" Rhodey asked the question on everyone's mind. Steve was silent, trying hard to figure out their next step in this galaxy. His friends had already taken some initiative of their own in learning about the galaxy as well as how some of the technology here works. Case in point, Scott Lang had a few new gadgets and gizmos that were clearly not of Earth. There was also the topic of the war going on right now and how it is clearly a galactic threat to every and all denizens in the galaxy. Even planets that are Republic strongholds like Naba proved to be reachable within the confines of this conflict. Innocent civilians across the cosmos are under the constant threat of imminent war knocking at their doorsteps. Though he did not know them fully, the Jedi seemed to be one of the few willingly going out into the stars and stand guard for those who cannot fight for themselves, as detached these protectors seem to be. His thoughts ended at the sounds of light footsteps being accompanied by a wooden object tapping upon the floors in the corridors of the temple. In walked Grandmaster Yoda all by himself. "Found you at an opportune time, I did," Yoda said in greeting. "All 4 of the Avengers gathered here they are." "Master Yoda," Steve said in respect. "What can we do for you?" "A question many have asked today," Yoda stated, hand raised as he used the Force to move some chairs over for himself and Rogers. "Come, sit. Much to talk I feel we do." Obliging the elderly master, Steve sat before Yoda while the imp-like Jedi Master gauged the leader of the Avengers with a critical eye. Yoda grunted a moment later, closing his eyes. "Grand Master," Steve said in slight concern. "Apologies, Captain Rogers," Yoda said, waving his hand down in calming manner. "Much on my mind there is, a sentiment I feel you share." "Was I that easy to read?" Steve asked in good humor. "Quite," Yoda said with a knowing smile. "Though understandable, your mindset is not your world, galaxy, nor your conflict this is." Steve nodded, eyes becoming distant at the thought of the Clone Wars raging on out there. "Change is coming," Yoda announced. "Your arrival into the galaxy, truly unexpected it is. The Force warned nothing of your coming." "What is the Force you guys keep talking about?" Scott abruptly asked aloud. "It's all we hear in this temple." "Can't fault Tic-Tac for asking," Sam agreed with the ex-con. "This Force thing sounds like some kind of religion or whatever. You mentioned something about it not telling you about our arrival," Steve noted. "What does that even mean? Does the Force speak to you?" Yoda blinked, an oddly fond expression finding its way onto his face. "The Force," Yoda spoke in his sage-like manner. "That which binds all that live and breathe. The Force is that which gives all Jedi the powers we all share. It binds us, guides us, and enables us the ability to carry out its will." "That sounds like a broad statement really," Rhodey couldn't help but point out. "How do you know what this Force wants?" "Unclear and mistaken we can be," Yoda admitted, giving each Avenger a hard look. "The Force, a mystery that all Jedi have long pursued in learning and teaching. Countless millennia, we have lived to serve and understand." Yoda recited, something he has done to many Padawans within the temple. "A Jedi does not use the Force for personal gain. Only for defense and knowledge is our way. But even then, at times, even we fail." "The war," Steve said, already knowing the answer with a confirming nod from the Jedi Master. "Prevent it, we could not," Yoda admitted, getting a strange look from Steve. "Many lives lost in the conflict. The Force, shrouded in darkness it has become. Much fear, permeating the galaxy. I don't think even the Force can prevent something like that," Sam said with a dry deadpan. War is a universal language, Steve said somberly. The more people do in trying to prevent such a thing, the more inevitable it becomes. Yoda stared at the super soldier with a tired but hearty gaze. Wisdom suits you well, Captain Rogers, Yoda praised. Much wisdom you have to share, I feel you have. I don't think it measures up much to the 800 years you have from what we've heard, Master Yoda, Steve said good-naturedly. Yoda chuckled at that remark, a warm smile on his aged face. At times, the old needs to learn from the young, it does. Come the end of the war, those that survive must show the galaxy a better path. That's all some could really hope for, Steve said. Your intentions, Yoda said, now more serious. What is it you wish to do? The Avengers exchanged glances with one another, unsure of how to answer exactly. The only thing they could really agree on is, we need to find the rest of the team, Steve firmly stated. They're out there somewhere, lost in the galaxy with no real idea as to where we all are. We honestly got lucky with finding each other so quickly, Sam said, gesturing to the current team. But the others might not be so. What to do then? Yoda asked again. Well, Steve momentarily contemplated on whether or not he should say this, but before I came back to the temple, I was brought before the Chancellor of the Republic. This got a sharp look from Yoda as he was unaware of such a thing transpiring. Go on. Steve complied as he told the Grand Master what went on in Palpatine's office. As he did, the ancient Jedi hummed in thought, processing what was conversed. And what do you make of this, Captain Rogers? Yoda inquired. Conflict I sense in you. Even if this sounds too good to be true with us getting untold resources and finding the rest of our friends, there's something quite off about this whole deal he's giving us. You can say experience has enlightened me in such things. Sam snorted at the jibe, shaking his head at their past adventures back on Earth. Oh, if you think that's bad, let me tell you how most of my past jobs went before I even remotely joined you guys, Scott jokingly said, hoping to lighten up the mood a little. I've got quite the load. No doubt, tic-tac. Yoda rubbed his chin in thought, slightly disturbed at what the Chancellor was doing behind the backs of the Jedi. The Avengers are guest of the temple, and yet here the Chancellor is, swooping in and seemingly courting the Avengers over to his side. Now that he really thought about it, this felt a bit too familiar to this scenario. Palpatine has done something like this before, in fact, he's even doing it right now. With a brash, headstrong Jedi Knight seemingly called, the Chosen One. A response, this offer you have? Yoda asked. Steve scratched the back of his head, mulling over the offer from Palpatine. I kinda said I'll think about it. Though not really sure about it. Really? Feels like I'm just gonna reject him straight out. This garnered a surprised brow raise from Yoda. Wise, you sure? I don't trust him, Steve blatantly stated. There's something really off about the Chancellor and I can't really put my finger on it, I can't explain it but I could feel it in my gut. Yoda hummed. Do what you must, Captain Rogers. But be on your guard. I always have been, Master Yoda. A silence hung in the air for several moments, until Yoda finally asked. What shall you do now? Now isn't that the million-dollar question? Sam lightly said. Stuck in the middle of a galaxy in an all-out war. Is it weird that I don't feel as out of place as I thought? Rhodey asked, raising his hand. Kinda. For me I guess. Scott shrugged. You guys are the war heroes here, I'm just a dude who could shrink myself and other stuff. Like breaking and entering and doing several Mission Impossible type scenarios with Hank and Hope. Haha, do you hear me laughing about it, Sam? So funny. Scott deadpanned. What do we do, Cap? Rhodey asked, ignoring the other two bickering right now. Steve gave Rhodey a brief glance before facing Yoda. I'm not so sure about this, Steve said earnestly. I feel bad about throwing ourselves into this, but the more I think about it, the more I know, in my gut, we can't just sit here all cozy in the temple while there's a war raging out there in the stars with our friends possibly being caught in the thick of it. We need to be out there and we need to be out there now. In other words, consider us drafted, Rhodey stated. Yoda sat up straighter now, facing the Avengers with a hardened stare. Sure of this, you all are? Yoda asked, giving each Avenger a look for confirmation. Beats sitting around here, twiddling our thumbs all day long. Scott said. I just do what Cap does. Sam remarked. Only a lot slower. Yoda nodded, turning to face Cap once more. Wordlessly, both raised their hands and shook on an unspoken and binding agreement between them both. The Avengers are now officially a part of the Clone Wars. Suddenly, Yoda's communicator went off with several soft beeps. Pulling out his device, he answered. Yes. Master Yoda, we require your presence. Master Plo Koon and Skywalker wishes to speak with the Council. It's quite urgent. The voice of one Obi-Wan Kenobi could be heard coming from the other end. Yoda said that he is on his way, looking back at the Avengers. Join me, will you not? Looking amongst each other, Steve spoke with a small smile. Do you even have to ask? Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 7, Hunting Malevolence. Colonel James Rhodes was many things. Soldier. Air Force pilot. Best friends with a headache and a half by the name of one Tony Stark. But above all else now he was a hero and more importantly, the Avenger known as War Machine. So when Rhodey found himself standing in the interior of a Venator-class Star Destroyer, he couldn't deny the overwhelming feeling of how tiny he felt staring out into the vast cosmos of space. Decked out in his War Machine armor Mk4, I chose this armor for the time being. He and the rest of the team were all suited up for the upcoming mission they had been chosen to go along with. From behind, Rhodey could hear the bustling and movement of the clone troopers of the GAR going about their duties and responsibilities on the ship. He briefly glanced back to them, spotting Sam amongst the pilots who were showing him how to fly the starfighters of the Republic. Turning back to the endless expanse of the stars, some other Venators floated by with starfighters flying around the fleet. You all right there, Rhodey? As much as I can be, Cap. Rhodey idly said, eyes wandering about the blackness of space with the dotted light stars in the distance. Looks like you've got a lot on your mind. Steve said, standing beside the Air Force pilot with his arms crossed. Rhodey snorted, shaking his head while another squadron of V-19 Torrent starfighters zipped on by. Wonder what was on Tony's mind when he went through that wormhole above New York. Rhodey murmured. Quirking a brow, Steve looked to his fellow soldier. He saw a face going through a litany of emotions from wonder, hesitation, fear, and confliction. When he saw what was out here, Rhodey said in a low voice. It completely changed him. He tried to hide it all he could, but it always weighed on him for years. Rhodey looked at Steve directly in the eye. It's what led to Ultron. What led to the changing of the guard with the Avengers. Steve silently regarded War Machine, who gave him a bit of a piercing gaze. How is this war gonna change us, Steve? Rhodey asked, not sugarcoating his question. This was a rather sudden question, but from one veteran of war to another, it felt quite justifiable in hindsight. Both men had lost a considerable amount in the many battles they have fought over the years and understand how throwing one's self could shape and change an individual to their own fundamental values and principles. I'm not sure. Steve admitted in complete honesty. The only real reason we're doing this is to find the rest of our friends. And I'm completely on board with that. Rhodey said in response. But what about what comes after? What do we do when we find all our friends? 'Cause I'm pretty damn sure we're not gonna be as lucky as we got with us four. I know, Rhodey, I know. Steve said, frustrated more at himself rather than anyone else due to not knowing what to do in this situation. I'm going with my gut here, and even I know it could lead us into something worse. We're short-handed with some of our heaviest hitters either lost, back on Earth, or somewhere else in the cosmos. Rhodey could only sigh, looking back out into space. I didn't mean to harp on you like that, Cap. Rhodey said apologetically. But I just want to know if this is the right path for us. Right now, I think it's our only plan. Steve begrudgingly admitted. We're gonna have to improvise and learn as we go. And when we learn enough? Rhodey asked with an underlying question. We'll branch out on our own. Steve said. But not to attract suspicion. We left Earth severely unprotected, so aside from finding our friends, returning home is priority number one. Rhodey nodded in agreement before looking back to Sam, who was now joined by Scott as the two conversed with clone pilots on the functions of the Y-wing bombers. Seems like they're getting along with the clones just fine, Steve idly stated, watching Sam crack a joke that actually got a laugh out of the clones. They're efficient, Rhodey noted, observing other clone troopers and pilots go about their duties in preparing for the upcoming mission under Generals Skywalker and Plo Koon. Like a well-oiled machine. They said that they were bred for this, Steve murmured with a disgruntled face, making Rhodey look at him in slight shock. Wait, what? War Machine was unable to finish his question as Anakin Skywalker had called forth the meeting of Shadow Squadron for the briefing of the mission. Rhodey and Steve shared eye contact with one another, both deciding to pick up their prior topic of discussion at a later date. The four Avengers stood on the side whilst General Skywalker and Admiral Yularen addressed the Shadow Squadron on their target, the astromech R2-D2, beaming up a projection of the ship. This strike force has been commissioned by the Senate to hunt down the enemy's new battleship, Yularen said straight away. As the bulk of our fleets are engaged on the front lines, we'll be on our own. General Skywalker has devised our attack strategy. Thank you, Admiral, Skywalker said respectfully, stepping forward. While our capital ships are vulnerable to attack due to the enemy's ion cannon disabling their systems, I believe a small squadron of bombers can outmaneuver their weapon to target the main objective of the bridge and General Grievous. What do you guys think? Steve asked Sam and Rhodey in a whisper. Not entirely sure really, Sam noted, squinting at the projection of the ship. From the way they're phrasing this ion cannon that disables their ship systems, sounds like a kind of EMP to me. Targeting the bridge seems like a good idea, Rhodey said. But there's still that weapon of theirs. Wouldn't it be smarter to take out the cannon then? Scott asked, scratching his head in confusion of all this. As simple as that sounds, it won't be easy, Steve said, stroking his chin as he continued to observe Anakin's battle strategy. Pilots, prepare your bombers, Anakin instructed the clones, who all promptly stood up and walked away to attend to their ships. It was at this point that Jedi Master Plo and Padawan Tano came up to speak with Anakin. Your plan is very aggressive, Skywalker, Plo Koon pointed out in his deep baritone voice. Are you certain of your squadron can complete this mission? Let's ask them, Anakin said, looking to his pilots. Matchstick. A bald clone looked to his general. You think our boys can pull it off? Anakin asked with confidence. Yes, sir, Matchstick responded in kind. There hasn't been a mission Shadow Squadron couldn't complete. That's right, a clone to Matchstick's left spoke up. Minimal casualties, maximum effectiveness. That's us. Least they're confident, Sam said with a shrug. But it could be suicidal, Rhodey commented. I've seen missions like these a bit too often. Not waiting for an incentive to do so, Rhodey walked up to the Jedi Knight. General Skywalker, Rhodey greeted. Colonel Rhodes. Skywalker nodded in turn. Are you guys ready for your first mission with the Republic? Well, it's more of tag along if anything, but still I feel we could do more to help on the mission, Rhodey said, with the rest of the Avengers now standing beside him. How so? Anakin asked with intrigue. Think little Bullhead can bring back that little projection of the ship we're targeting? Rhodey asked, getting an affronted set of beeps and whistles from R2. Anakin chortled at the comment, giving the astromech a small smirk. He's got yeah there R2EY. Come on, bring it back up. The projection of Grievous' ship was displayed once more. So from what we know, this ship fires an ion pulse, right? Rhodey asked Anakin. Not like missiles or blasters, but a super circle of doom. Again, Anakin laughed at the commentary of the colonel, finding the way these Earthers speak more and more amusing. Yeah, just one large circle of ion energy that disables all working systems, Anakin said. So it is like an EMP? Sam murmured. Does it increase in size as it goes? Rhodey inquired. Yes, Anakin confirmed. It's how it's able to take ships like the Venators. What about your attack formation then? Steve brought up. Your squadron does run the risk of facing fire from this ship, not just from its primary cannons. That is something I have considered. Anakin said, eyeing the target. You have something you want to say about the formation then? Rhodey nodded, holding his hand out straight, palm facing the floor. Hey Domehead. Beep whoop. Right, R2, can you display those bombers at my fingertips? R2's head swiveled to face Anakin, who shrugged and rolled his hand as a go-ahead. Acquiescing to James' request, 4 holographic Y-wings were now displayed running along his fingertips. Alright, now can you do a set running across diagonally and another in the formation of the letter V? Rhodey asked R2. R2 let out a series of what appeared to be confused hums and whistles. Go on R2, this seems important. Anakin urged on. The projection of 3 sets of Y-wing bombers were now showcased within the positions that Colonel Rhodes had asked upon. Do any of these formations look familiar to you? Rhodey asked Anakin directly. That V-shaped one does. Anakin said, pointing to said formation, and went down. Same with that diagonal one. Why? Well, this. Rhodey gestured to the first one. Is called the Finger 4 formation. Used back in the Second World War of Earth, and where a lot of our aviation formations come from. I take it you have a lot of experience with aviation and piloting. Anakin surmised. Air Force was the branch of the military you come from, right? Yeah, me and Sam here. Rhodey gesturing his head at the bird-based hero. Specialize in flying. Yeah, saw that on Naboo. Anakin said. Hey, I could fly too. Scott raised his hand. I don't think flying atop an ant counts, Scott. Rhodey shot down. Least you never crashed down into the ocean, right Capsicle? Sam stated with a grin, making his leader roll his eyes, though humor was present in the gesture. Rhodey smirked slightly at the pun, before facing Anakin again, who was awaiting for him to elaborate further on his little display here. Anyway, from what we've been told, this ion cannon of theirs can disable ships in an instant when firing off whatever that pulsing purple circle. Rhodey went on. So rather than the circular formation you guys are using for this mission, I'd suggest using one of these instead. Make yourselves a combat box for maximum maneuverability and firepower. I know the enemy ships won't allow us to easily zip by and let us land the killing blow. Anakin watched Rhodey intently, taking note of the experience behind the man's tone. He was a clear veteran and very much knew what he was talking about. And apparently, Sam Wilson also held expertise in this regard as well. Nodding, Anakin looked back up to Shadow Squadron. Shadow Squadron. Anakin called out to them loudly. Front and center, this is important. Without wasting any time, the clone pilots dropped what they were doing and were now standing at attention and were assembled around Anakin and Rhodes. Sir. The squadron said collectively aloud. All right boys, aside from this target, you know we're being accompanied by 4 other individuals. Anakin said. Shadow Squadron, this is Colonel James Rhodes, Lieutenant Sam Wilson, Captain Steve Rogers and Scott Lang. Colonel Rhodes here along with Lieutenant Wilson are pilot experts to considerable degree. Colonel Rhodes himself here has flown over. Anakin left the question hanging as to allow Rhodes to answer. 138 combat missions. He said professionally. Some of the clones' eyes widened at the number, with a few looking at each in slightly stunned surprise. There, all the more reason for you all to heed Colonel Rhodes's instructions along with the rest of the Avengers. Anakin said, stepping away and leaving to speak with Plo Koon and Ahsoka before. Captain Rogers? Can I have a word with you? Blinking at the sudden request, Steve nodded and walked after him, leaving Scott, Sam, and Rhodey with Shadow Squadron. Rhodey felt momentarily awkward at all the exact same pair of eyes directed at him by the clone pilots, but cleared his throat quickly. All right pilots. Rhodey began in a casual manner. I along with my friends aren't here to take over or throw ourselves around here. We're here to help first and foremost. So don't mind us for the most part. Sam said with a shrug. Sir. Broadside spoke up. What exactly are these formations here? We know about the 2 on the bottom but not the one on the top. That's what we're gonna discuss. Rhodey said. See, you know most of these flight formations, correct? He got nods out of all the clones. Then we at least got that part out of the way. Rhodey said in relief, now prepping to delve down deep into his explanation of these formations as well as his own spin on them. Meanwhile, Steve and Anakin were conversing along with Plo-kun and Ahsoka standing by them. Are you sure you want to be out on the front lines like this already, Captain? Anakin asked. I would understand if you had wanted more time to remain back on Coruscant at the temple and rested more. I appreciate the concern, General, but I'd rather we not take advantage of your hospitality. Steve said straight away. Besides, I'm not one to sit around and twirl my thumbs around waiting for things to get done. My friends and teammates are out there on their own and I'm not gonna let luck dictate whether or not we find them. We have to be out here now then later. Anakin smirked in approval whilst Plo nodded in understanding. I feel you shall get along grandly with Skywalker here then, Captain. Plo said casually. That felt like a backhanded compliment, Master Plo. Anakin wryly remarked with Ahsoka giggling at the comment. Steve grinned slightly at the exchange, turning his attention to Admiral Yularen who approached them with a grave message. Skywalker. Yularen gained the general's attention. The enemy warship has just attacked our convoy of medical transport ships near Rindelia. Medical transports. Ahsoka said in disbelief and anger. Only Grievous would get so low in attacking injured soldiers. Steve frowned at this information, finding great discomfort at the thought of defenseless clones being so easily killed. Whoever this Grievous was clearly had a low standard of morality within this war. Rindelia. Anakin murmured in thought. The Rindelia system near Naboo. Where our medical station just so happens to be stationed. His next target then. Plo-kun grimly stated. There are many star clusters within that area. Yularen recalled his knowledge of navigation. Even with a ship like Grievous, he cannot navigate such an area and chart a course that's less than 10 parsecs. Looks like we're gonna need a shortcut. Steve noted, getting a grin out of Anakin. You read my mind, Captain Rogers. Anakin stated. And it just so happens we are nearby the perfect one I have in mind. Admiral, get a warning out to the medical station. Tell them what's coming. Right away, General. Yularen walked off at a brisk pace. This journey may prove to be more dangerous than anticipated. Plo said cautiously. If you lose anyone before we reach the ship, we won't lose anybody. Anakin said determinedly, moving to check up on his own Y-wing. Plo and Steve shared a look before the Keldor Jedi returned his attention to Anakin. I will come along as well then. Plo announced. Provide fighter escort. Any help is welcomed, Master Plo. Anakin said atop the ladder leading up to the pilot's seat of his fighter. Just try to keep up. I had a feeling you'd be coming along. Ahsoka said with a knowing grin. Your ship has already been prepped. She moved to join her Jedi Master in the Y-wing, leaving Steve and Plo where they stood. This mission may prove to be exceptionally difficult. Plo murmured, looking to Steve. Captain Rogers. You are a man of war, are you not? What say you regarding this situation? Rogers blinked at the question, crossing his arms in deep contemplation. I'm not exactly sure. Steve admitted. Galactic warfare feels a bit above my pay grade. Plo-kun tilted his head but remained silent, allowing Steve to finish. But right now, this need to get done. Steve said determinedly. Every minute we waste in discussing how to get things done, this Grievous adds to his body count and kills off more men for your army while he could just build up more of those droids in a heartbeat. Do you have some kind of personal vendetta against droids, Captain? Plo asked suddenly, surprising Steve somewhat. You could say something like that. Steve murmured. Had a recent run-in with a veritable army of droids being led by its head honcho. His goal was to cause an extinction-level event for all life on my planet. Steve left the Jedi Master to rejoin his friends whilst Plo balked at the thought of facing such an enemy. This enemy droid wished to bring about extinction on his planet. Being a Jedi Master, Plo was very well versed in the Force, and in utilizing it for short moment he had in speaking with Captain Rogers he found that Steve wasn't exaggerating. Frowning behind his helmet, or whatever classifies as a frown for a Keldor, Plo wished to inquire about such a threat but knew that the story would have to wait. Right now, there was another more pressing matter at hand. Steve came back up to his friends who were still discussing and showing the clone pilots on the various flight formations Rhodey and Sam have undergone. The pilots seemed to soak up the information with great gusto and intrigue, their eyes showing clear signs of thought going into these new tactics on display. Rhodey's little presentation was cut off via Admiral Yularen's voice over the loudspeaker within the hangar bay. "Attention Shadow Squadron. Man your starfighters and prep for departure. You heard I'm boys," Anakin said aloud, voice echoing throughout the hangar. "Let's get this done." A resounding "Yes sir," from Shadow Squadron was Skywalker's reply, with each pilot heading off to their ship. The Avengers followed their pilots to their assigned bombers, climbing into the gunner back seat. "You guys ready for this?" Anakin's voice chimed in through the Avengers' personal comms. "We'll get this done, Skywalker," Steve promised. "All right then. Watch your six." A few moments later, Shadow Squadron exited their Venator's hangar bay, flying past the rest of the assembled fleet. "I hope you know what you're doing, Anakin," Obi-Wan's concerned voice said through the comms. "Well, if I don't, then at least I won't be around to hear 'I told you so,'" Anakin quipped. Obi-Wan only rolled his eyes, amused. "That's reassuring. Well, take your shortcut and I'll take the long way. But you'd better be there before I arrive." "I will," Anakin assured. "Shadow Squadron, Titan formations. Let's test out Colonel Rhodes's, what did you call it again? Combat box, finger 4 formation." "Right, that. You heard him, gentlemen." Behind Anakin, 16 Y-wing bombers created a formation that resembled two sets of fingertips, so to speak, with Master Plo Koon's ship backing them up in the rear. "Call in," Anakin instructed his team. "Shadow 2, standing by. Shadow 3, standing by. Shadow 4, standing by." As Shadow Squadron called in to notify that they are ready for battle, R2 let out a few nervous whistles at Ahsoka. "I know, R2, this is gonna be a tough one," Ahsoka bemoaned. "Wonder how they understand each other," Scott murmured through the private comms between him and the other Avengers. "Probably some techno jargon or them growing up around it," Sam mused with a shrug. "Shadow 16, standing by," the last clone pilot said, followed by Plo Koon's affirmation that he was ready as well. "This is Admiral Yularen." The Admiral's voice was heard by all. "You are cleared for hyperspace jump." "Happy hunting, sir." "Thanks, Admiral." "Hey, broadside," Shadow 3 called out to his brother. "If we make it through this one, drinks are on me. I can already taste it," Broadside stated with anticipation. "All right, boys, let's go," Anakin announced. All 18 fighters zipped away out of sight into the endless abyss of space, leaving behind Kenobi's fleet. The good general watched them all depart, stroking his beard in thought. "May the Force be with you," Obi-Wan muttered. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location within the galaxy, one Count Dooku currently resided in a meditation chamber. He sat in the center of the room with his legs crossed and wrists resting upon his knees while allowing the flow of the dark side of the Course to run through his being. The Force has been in a constant state of motion, erratic and unpredictable. He was having a hard time as to pinpointing the why this is still happening, but the how is easy enough to deduce. That earlier shockwave he, along with undoubtedly every Force user in the galaxy, felt had left quite the mark in the Force. Since then, it had yet to subside. Dooku's eyes snapped open suddenly and changed his position to that of resting on one knee. Upon doing so, a hollow transmission of his Sith Master, Darth Sidious, appeared before him. "Master." Dooku inclined his body forward in respect. "Rise, my apprentice." Sidious spoke in his usual sinister tone. "We have much to discuss." "What of, my master?" Before Sidious appeared a set of several screens, each displaying 4 individuals in particular. Brow raised, Dooku recognized 3 out of the 4 men being shown to him right now. "These are those Avengers you spoke of who had appeared on Naboo," Dooku noted, eyeing each man intently before landing on the newest addition. "I do not recognize this one. He is a recent find for this team of unique individuals," Sidious explained. This Colonel James Rhodes, I believe his name was, is the man responsible in aiding the Republic forces stationed on the Rishi Moon base and notifying the Republic of the intended invasion of Kamino. He silently regarded the armored individual, facing his master afterwards. These Avengers. Dooku spoke slowly. I take it you have already met with them, Master. Indeed I have, Lord Tyrannus. Sidious confirmed. And I have even spoken with their leader, the one called Steve Rogers, otherwise known as Captain America. He who bears the shield. The very same. Confirmed Sidious. What do you make of him, my master? Sidious frowned, hands disappearing into his sleeves. He is a difficult man to discern. I, for once, found my abilities in the Force and perception lacking to a degree. Captain Rogers wasn't exactly the most forthcoming as to who he was and what he was planning to do. What can you tell me, Master? Dooku inquired. They come from a primitive world apparently. Sidious recalled the general meeting the superhero team had with him, the Jedi, clones and senators when they first met. Not yet fully space-worthy. Yet they boasted technology that even we have not fathomed. Such as... Sidious simply directed his hand towards a recording of the one called Ant-Man in action. What Dooku saw truly bewildered and astonished. This Ant-Man was shrinking and growing on a whim, taking down battle droids left and right with ease. What truly shocked him was the small disc the Ant-Man threw at a AAT tank which shrank it down to the size of a toy. How in the dash? I wish I knew as well, Tyrannus. Even I am baffled with what this man can do. Admitted the Sith Lord. And that's just one of them. How many of them are there? Dooku asked intensely. 9 on this apparent current roster of these Avengers. Sidious explained. They assume, and I am inclined to believe them, that there are 5 others scattered throughout the galaxy. Each with their own set of talents and capabilities that are well beyond anything we understand. And what must I do if I come across one of these stragglers? Capture them and do what you must to bring them onto our side. I have the utmost feeling that whoever controls them, much less a few of the whole, will greatly turn the tide of the galaxy. Dooku rose a brow and voiced his concern. Forgive my bluntness, Master, but are you merely over-exaggerating? The Sith apprentice soon felt a small tightness around his throat, making him realize on how serious his master was on the matter. I do not tell you this to get your opinion, my apprentice. Sidious said in a deadly tone. I tell you this for that is what you must do. Feeling the pain being released from him, Dooku coughed and massaged his throat. I understand, my master. I will do as you demand of me. Good. Sidious nodded in approval. The Dark Lord was ready to disconnect when Dooku stopped him. What is it now? What can you at least tell me about these Avengers? Dooku asked. Have you met with any of them personally? In a manner of speaking. Dooku silently waited for Sidious to elaborate further, and seeing that his apprentice wouldn't budge on the matter, he decided on telling him a shortened, summarized version of his past meeting. I told you that I had spoken with their leader, Captain Rogers, yes. Dooku nodded. He is a man of conviction, that much I was able to tell. Experienced and a battle-hardened soldier, though do not allow that mere title to deceive you. There is an underlying intelligence and perception to him. He is not one to be underestimated. Dooku suddenly remembered an important little detail involving a recent attack on a Republic world. My apprentice, Ventress, spoke of an encounter with these Avengers. Dooku said. She told me that your lightsabers were unable to slice through Captain Rogers' shield. I'd like to speak with her more thoroughly on the matter. The Sith apprentice nodded, knowing that this recent bit of information piqued his master's interests more than before. I'll inform her so she'll give you the full report. Good. See that you do. With that last order, Sidious disconnected, leaving Dooku alone in his thoughts. He held a deep frown, not liking his master's actions and decisions in regards to these sudden newcomers. In a short amount of time, they seemed to have completely caught the attention of his master and has now deemed them necessary in aligning them within his plans. A stray thought then entered his mind. These Avengers appeared suddenly and randomly, with 3 of them on Naboo on the day of the surprise attack by the Confederacy. The day that just so happened to be where the Force shockwave originated from, and has since made the Force eccentric and erratic. Could it be that these Avengers are the source of this force upheaval? His master perhaps knew more than he let on. Then again, that always seemed to be the case with Sidious. I'll need to look further more into this when possible, he thought, stroking his beard. With my new task, this might give me the opportunity to do so and find out more of these Avengers and what they are truly capable of. However, that had to wait for the time being as he had other matters to attend to. Speaking of Grievous, General, the droid army of the Confederacy of Independent Systems stood within the bridge of the new warship of the Sys, appropriately named the Malevolence. The droid general had recently taken out several Republic ships with the Malevolence main weapon. With them out of commission, they were truly vulnerable to their own demise. He was already en route to his next target, but Dooku had once more decided to drop in on Grievous to check up on his progress. Seeing Grievous smack the head off yet another battle droid, Dooku voiced his displeasure. Those are not cheap, you know. Neither the Jedi nor the Republic treat their clones as such. Hearing the Count's voice, Grievous whirled around and composed himself in order to address his superior through the holocomms. Count Dooku. Grievous bowed. We are already on our way to the Republic medical station in the Rendelia system. Has something changed? No. Keep going on with your mission, General. Dooku waved off. However, there may be an added variable in the coming conflict. Such as, aside from the Republic launching a small strike force to attack your ship which Skywalker is leading, there is a select number of individuals you should be wary of. Dooku then spoke of the new addition to the Republic's ranks, the Avengers. Not much information was given about them, causing the Kalaesh cyborg to scoff. What does it matter, Dooku? I'll slay them, much like I have against many other Republic forces I've come across. I advise greater caution. Dooku warned. Master Sidious himself has spoken of these Avengers and it appears they are not so easily underestimated. Lord Sidious told you this? Grievous asked, tone now changing to a more respectful one. Dooku nodded. And be most wary against the one shield bearer, for his shield is able to block lightsaber blades with no signs of penetration, yet alone slash marks. This tidbit surprised Grievous. After several moments of processing this information, he let out a chuckle. Oh, such a challenge. Dooku only regarded the droid general silently before cutting off communications. Back with Shadow Squadron, the team of bombers had just exited hyperspace and were now approaching a large cloudy nebula. We're going into that? Scott asked, nervously eyeing the large space matter. We'll get through it just fine, Lang. Anakin assured. Once we get on the other end, we're on the home stretch. That nebula looks like a hurricane really. Sam commented, not exactly liking the look of the place. Navigating through a nebula can be dangerous and unpredictable. Plo Koon said warily. I advise caution. Don't worry about us, Master Jedi. Shadow 2 reassured. We can hold our own. Right, Shadow Squadron. Copy that, Shadow 2. Does anyone care what the Padawan thinks? Ahsoka questioned from her seat in the Y-Wing. Of course we care, Snips, but we're still going through that nebula. Anakin said with a smug smirk. Ahsoka smiled when hearing the astromech giving her a vote of confidence through a series of bleeps and beeps. Thanks, R2EY. Hope you know what you're getting into, General. Steve chimed in, not at all liking the look of their path. Aw, come on, Captain Rogers. Where's your sense of adventure? Anakin asked jokingly. Back on Earth. Steve dryly remarked, earning a snort out of his friends. Just keep a tight formation everyone and follow my lead. Anakin instructed. We'll make it through this place just fine. As the squadron ventured deeper and deeper into the nebula, many of the clone pilots started getting weary. This soup is thick. Voiced Shadow 2. Can you see anything? Just keep your eyes on my thruster, Shadow 2. Spoke Anakin. This just like Afghan back with Riley. Sam said, squinting his eyes in hopes of possibly seeing clearer through the nebula. Lieutenant Wilson, sir. Shadow 13, his pilot for the Y-Wing, spoke up. General Skywalker said you and Colonel Rhodes are experienced pilots, right? Tilting his head at the clone, Sam shrugged. More or less. Why? Got any good stories between the two of you to pass the time, sir? Sam blinked and looked over to his side, catching sight of Rhodey, who was looking in his direction as well. Grinning, Sam glanced back to Shadow 13. As a matter of fact, we do. Sam said. Rhodey, tell them about that time over Iraq with Tony. I don't think that counts. Rhodey Riley stated, though he relented in telling the tale. All right, settle in, boys, this is a bit of a doozy. Rhodey cleared his throat. All right, so it's been a few weeks since I found my best friend wandering around in the desert after he was kidnapped and held captive for 3 months. Meanwhile, Ahsoka was fiddling with her console, smacking it several times before groaning out in defeat. Ugh, I hate this place. The scanners are useless. This is old-fashioned flying. Anakin chuckled out. You have to feel your way through to stay on course. Anakin is right, Ahsoka. Plo Koon spoke, getting her attention. Clear your mind, young one, and you will see the path. For the benefit of those who can't, how exactly are we supposed to see anything? Scott couldn't help but speak up on that matter. He was met with silence momentarily, with even Rhodey stopping his tail on his best friend encountering the Air Force. Trust your gut, Scott. Steve answered for him. And in your pilot. They'll get us through this place. Spoken like a true Jedi. Anakin teased. Well, right now, I can't see anything at all. Ahsoka pointed out, making Anakin smirk at her comment. I always know where I'm going. Broadside said determinedly. Yeah, where's that, Broadside? I'm gonna blow up that battleship. A clear path if ever there was one. Plo idly agreed with. In the meantime, the rest of Shadow Squadron was paying rapt attention to Rhodey's tale. So I'm standing in command, talking with my friend all the while looking at a humanoid on the underbelly of the JE fighter. Rhodey said with mirthful fondness. All the while they're trying to get a lock on him and shoot him down. That must have been one of crazier moments that I've heard of. Shadow 14, Rhodey's pilot said with a laugh. You don't know the half of it. Rhodey let out a frustrated sigh at the memory. Afterwards, I needed to clean up the whole mess Tony made in order to save his ass. How? Saying it was a training exercise that went wrong. Rhodey said flatly, making those who were listening burst out in laughter. So, Anakin, what do you know about this shortcut? Questioned the Star-Spangled Avenger. How'd you hear about it? It's an old smuggler's route. The pilots used to talk about it on Tatooine. Ahsoka felt her confidence drop even further. Smuggler's route? That makes me feel better. They call it the Bamara Run. Plo Koon froze when hearing Anakin say this. Bamara Run. Suddenly something binged across Ahsoka's radar. I think I'm picking up a contact. Skywalker, listen to me. Plo urgently spoke out. We need to turn around. We can't, not if we're gonna catch Grievous. Anakin brushed off. Another contact. Ahsoka said nervously. This one's much larger. Skywalker, Balmer is the nesting ground of the giant Nebray mantis. Plo frantically stated. Another. Another. Ahsoka gasped, whirling around in time to see a gigantic creature coming right towards them. It let out a groaning growl. Evasive maneuvers, now. Anakin ordered. Luckily, due to the design of their flight formation, Shadow Squadron evaded the giant Nebray mantis as Plo apparently called them, flying around the creature until they encountered more, all circling around what appeared to be the center point of the nebula. Those gas gulpers are huge. Ahsoka exclaimed. Oh man, and I thought giant ants were terrifying. Scott said, paling a bit at seeing the literal herd of these behemoths. Don't shoot, or they'll panic. Plo warned. They'll panic? I'm about to panic. Ahsoka said incredulously. Ugh, this is too much. Scott said, rubbing his head. Was this in the contract when Hope and I joined the team, Cap? No, I don't think so. Steve evenly said, though even he couldn't deny that nervous feeling at flying so close to something that could swat them aside or eat them with no problem. There are so many of them. Matchstick said, flying below one of the mantis. Watch your left, Matchstick. Sam abruptly chimed in, making the pilot pull a sharp right turn away from an appendage of a mantis. "You alright, Matchstick?" Anakin asked, flying by him. "I'm okay," Matchstick promised. "Thanks for the assist, Lieutenant." "No problem. These things are gonna make a meal out of us," bellowed out the Tortuga Padawan. Seeing their current problem, Anakin quickly got an idea. "All wings, line up behind me." "Roger that, boss," responded one of the clones, with the others following suit. A single file line of Y-wing bombers plus Plo Koon's fighter all followed after Anakin, who expertly weaved around the Nebray with his squadron close behind him. During their evasive maneuvers, the astromech droid of Scott's Y-wing got its domed head smacked clean off. The ex-convict could only stare with a blank expression whilst watching the dome head of the unfortunate astromech droid float away into the nebula. Guys," Scott said with a slightly higher tone. "I think the situation's gonna get worse. We need to get out of the nebula," Plo said hurriedly. "They will not follow us out of here." Their thrusters all flared up, accelerating their progress through the flying herd of Nebray. Anakin flew by one that was particularly large. "That one looks hungry," Ahsoka said nervously. "Nah, he's just smiling at you," Anakin quipped, keeping a calm and leveled head. After several more tense moments of flight, Anakin led the squadron out of the nebula with a relieved sigh being shared by all. "Anakin," Steve said. "I know we've only known each other for a short time. But let's try keeping that to a minimum, please." Anakin chortled at Cap's exasperated comment. "I'll try my hardest. Now I know how ants really feel," Scott said haggardly, rubbing his chest. "Let's just hope this shortcut of yours paid off." In the hyperspace lane, General Kenobi was having a video chat with Admiral Yularen. The medical station reports that 50% has been evacuated. This didn't please Obi-Wan in the slightest. "That's not good enough," he said, stroking his beard. "They'll never be finished before the enemy arrives." Yularen nodded in agreement. "Shadow Squadron still has a chance to catch Grievous. If they do, we have to be ready, for all our sakes." Back with said squadron, they flew forward in the emptiness of space until up ahead. The squadron flew forward in the emptiness of space until up ahead. "There's the medical station," Ahsoka said aloud. "Looks like we made it here before Grievous." Plo noted with relief. "How far behind do you think he is then?" Sam asked aloud. "Sir," Broadside spoke up. "We've got a new contact on our radar." "Did one of those mantises follow us?" Ahsoka inquired. "Negative, Commander." Broadside checked his reading once more. "This one's coming out of hyperspace. And it's not one of ours. It's the Malevolence." "Grievous," Anakin said determinedly. Lo and behold, the target that was entire objective of mission zipped into view for all to see. "All right, boys, this is it," Anakin instructed, gripping his controls tighter now. "Get into combat box formation, stick together and watch one another's backs." On the targeted ship, Grievous had his eyes on the medical station when one of his droids reported a Republic starfighter force coming in from behind. "Skywalker," Grievous growled out. He also noticed Republic medical convoys detaching themselves from the medical station and making a break for it. "Target those medical frigates," Grievous ordered. "We will not allow any of the Republic's wounded a chance to escape." "Sir, what about the Republic starfighter squadron?" a pilot droid asked. "Idiot, send out our own fighters in counterattack," Grievous said as if it were the most obvious thing. "Now charge up the cannon." With Shadow Squadron, Steve's eyes narrowed at the buildup of energy coming from the side of the Malevolence. "What are they doing?" "They're prepping the ion cannon," Plo Koon said gravely. "They're targeting the medical convoys." "We gotta move," Ahsoka cried out. "Our wounded are gonna get destroyed." "We've got problems of our own, Commander," Broadside stated, glaring ahead at the incoming Hyena and Vulture droids. "Shadow Squadron," Rhodey spoke up. "Remember that new trick I showed you?" He got confirmations from all of them. "Well, now's the time to try it out." Rhodey stated. 4 sets of Finger 4 fighters prepared themselves while Anakin led the charge with PLO flying alongside him now. As the droid fighters drew closer, Rhodey waited for the right moment until now. A series of displacement rolls were performed by the bombers, making a kind of tsunami-esque wave as they arched over the droid fighters and shot them down with a barrage of blaster fire. Nice shooting, Shadow Squadron. Anakin praised, seeing the effectiveness of maneuver. Don't relax just yet, Sam said. We've still got more incoming. Break off into your squads, Anakin ordered. All the while, the Malevolence had succeeded in depot-worrying the group of medical ships that were fleeing. His ship was firing upon the disabled vessels while also turning around to aim the ion cannon at Skywalker's fighter squadron. Prepare to fire the ion cannon, Grievous ordered. But sir, our own fighters will be caught in the crossfire. Just do as I say, Grievous all but cut off. In space, a dogfight had ensued with the Republic squadron flying rings around the Separatist fighters. Woo! Sam yelled out, shooting down another hyena fighter. Man, these guys are too easy. You're really good at that, sir, Shadow 13 stated, grinning beneath his helmet. Years of practice, my man, Sam said, targeting another fighter. They're lining up the cannon on us, Ahsoka shouted, desperately firing at any and all enemy fighters in her sights. Geez, Sky Guy, can you ever fly a ship straight? Now where's the fun in that? Anakin grunted with a grin, pivoting sharply around a fighter and destroying it with several well-placed shots. Grievous observed the dogfight with narrow-eyed anticipation as the ion cannon fired again. Incoming! Steve shouted. Make for the edge of the rays, now! Anakin shouted, accelerating his ship with 5 Y-wings flying after him. Give it everything you've got. Shadow Squadron scattered about, sticking to either to groups of 4 or 5. Once the ion ray sphere passed by, Shadow Squadron reformed its combat box, though some were clearly missing. Shadow Squadron, call in, Anakin instructed. It was quick series of each pilot announcing their survival save for 4, 6, 7, and 10. We lost 4 fighters, Ahsoka said dejectedly. They're alive though, Rhodey pointed out with his helmet snapping on quickly to confirm this statement. His scanners indicated this to be true. Their ships are just out of power, so life support just prolonged the inevitable. Good to know. Anakin nodded, now gripping the throttle. We get this done and bring them back home. Shadow 3 promised the first round was on him. Damn right, General. Titan formation everyone, we're going in, Anakin said, leading Shadow Squadron straight at the Malevolence. On board the enemy ship, Grievous let out a chuckle. Those fools, Grievous said with gleeful sadism. Skywalker doesn't realize his failure after losing a good number of his ships. He then turned over to one of the droids. How much longer until our ion cannon is charged once more? A few more minutes, General, a pilot droid stated. Shadow Squadron was currently bobbing and weaving around the Malevolence, trying their damnedest to not get shot down by the enemy's defense turrets. We need to stay on course. Easy for you to say. This flak is heavy. Cut the chatter, boys, Steve spoke up. We're still in this. You heard I'm, Shadow Squadron, Scott said as he fired several shots at an incoming droid fighter. Tag, Ahsoka called out to the pilot. You're breaking off. My stabilizer's been hit, Commander Arg. Fighter down. PLO called out, watching sorrow at the loss of one of the clones. All deflectors double front, Anakin ordered. Master, we need a new plan, Ahsoka argued. Anakin didn't relent, flying as fast as his ship allowed it so. We can make it, Ahsoka. Just hang in there. One of the droids on the bridge of the Malevolence noticed the Republic squadron not breaking off even under so much fire. Sir, the enemy fighters are closing. Let them come. Prepare the ion cannon, Grievous bellowed out arrogantly. First we will destroy the medical station. Then we will finish off Skywalker. One of the droids turned towards the other and spoke. I have a bad feeling about this. Watch those towers, boys, Sam warned, aiming down his cannon at some stray vulture droids. "We're too close. Loosen up," yelled one of the clone pilots before getting shot down, crashing onto the hull of the Malevolence. Shadow 9 is down. Gritting her teeth, Ahsoka spoke to Anakin and addressed the present issue. "Master, you can make it, but everyone else is getting shot down." She didn't get a response back from him, causing her to yell out, "Master!" Back aboard the Malevolence, one of the droids reported the ion cannon's status. "Station has been targeted, General. Start the ion cannon acceleration," Grievous ordered. After blasting through several more droid fighters, Plo Koon came up with a solution to their problem. "If we can do enough damage, the weapon may overload when Grievous tries to fire." Hearing this, Anakin racked his mind to the fullest capabilities in order to come up with a way to make this happen. Soon enough, one came through. "Shadow Squadron, new target. We're taking out the starboard ion cannon." Both the present Avengers and rest of Shadow Squadron smiled soon after, whirling their ships around with their new destination in mind. "Ion cannon 75% charged," voiced a separatist droid. Zooming closer and closer, the squadron made it behind the ion cannon. "Target those support beams," Rhodey said, helmet still on with his systems aiding in choosing the best areas to do damage. "Torpedoes away." Shadow Squadron unleashed every single torpedo each remaining Y-wing bomber had, landing successive strike after successive strike. The torpedo explosions rocked the Malevolence ship to a great degree. On the Malevolence's bridge, Grievous saw their primary weapon finally reached its full capacity. Without any further notice, he ignored some of the droid's cries and bellowed out the order. "Fire!" What the droid general did not anticipate, however, was the immediate backlash of the ion cannon's damage overloading and damaging the Malevolence further. If one were to look from the outside hull, they'd see that both sides of the separatist ship exploded. This caused the entire ship to quake, sending Grievous sprawling to the ground. "Good work, Shadow Squadron," Plo Koon praised. "Nice job, Ahsoka," Anakin also complimented. "Good backseat piloting. I would have done better had you flown in a straight line, Master," Ahsoka said cheekily. Grievous was back on his feet on the bridge of the Malevolence. "Damage report. We've lost both primary weapons, sir," voiced a droid. "The hyperdrive has been disabled," spoke another. "What?" Grievous yelled. "Impossible, General." This droid only had more bad news for Grievous. "We are picking up Republic warships entering the system. Anakin, do you copy?" Skywalker smiled when hearing Obi-Wan's voice over the comms, which he responded soon after. "I'm here, Obi-Wan. Congratulations. It looks like your mission was a success." "Partially, but Grievous is still alive," Anakin said in mild disappointment. "The battle was pretty rough on my men. We're heading for the medical station." Back on his ship, General Kenobi nodded. "We'll take it from here, but don't worry. We'll call when we need you. I'll be waiting, Obi-Wan." Ending the call, Kenobi addressed his crew. "All right, let's finish what Shadow Squadron started. Ahead full and fire everything we've got." Soon enough, the present Republic Star Destroyers opened fire on the Malevolence as it made a full retreat, no doubt hoping in making it back to Separatist space. On the Republic Medical Station, Shadow Squadron docked in the landing bay. Each of them made it out of their respective ships in order to properly fuel their transports and get a bit of rest. They needed it, just in case if they'll need to be deployed at a moment's notice. Climbing down the ladder, Anakin heard Master Plo Koon speaking to him. "Great job, Master Skywalker. Your leadership skills are most impressive. You didn't do so bad yourself." Anakin responded back. "Excuse me? I believe it was my suggestion to change the plan," said the Torchigan Padawan. "That's kind of true, Snips. From a certain point of view. Hey, don't forget Rhodey's flight formations," Scott added in. "Without them, then we might have lost more out there." This got the other Avengers and the other Jedi present to nod. "He's right, you know, Anakin." Yeah. I know, Sam." Anakin then turned over to War Machine and gave him a smile. I should ask more on those formations you have in your arsenal, Colonel. They'll no doubt be essential for later fights. I'll do all that I can, General. As the assembled people went onward to talk to the nearby elevator, Steve spoke to the human Jedi Master. Even though we did a good job on this mission, we can't take the lives we saved lightly. Anakin nodded as he let out a sigh. I know I won't. But I also can't take the lives I lost lightly. It's something we must bear in our times of leadership. Something that'll linger on for our very lives. Speaking from experience. Anakin questioned. Steve merely gave the Jedi Master a firm nod as he and the others on his team knew all too well on the fact. I see. Anakin stopped walking as he addressed the others. If you'll excuse me, I gotta prepare myself for the upcoming fight. Captain America nodded. Don't let us stop you. General Skywalker nodded as he walked off elsewhere in order to find a quiet place before heading back out to all of the action. Seeing him off, Rhodey voiced his shared thoughts with Scott and Sam. Quite the interesting man you've got for a teacher, Ahsoka. The Padawan merely shook her head with a small grin. He's one of a kind, Rhodey. I mean, Colonel. Sorry sir. It's all right to know. Rhodey placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. After this wild flight, you could drop the formalities. Ahsoka smiled up at Rhodey. Just don't let it get to your head, kiddo. Sam said suddenly. Pretty sure Anakin has that part covered. Ahsoka only gaped before puffing her cheeks out. I do not have a big head, that's Master Skywalker. I know, that's what I just said, kiddo. And don't call me kiddo. Would you prefer Snips? Wilson. Meanwhile, Steve watched the arrival of more medical transports and to his relief, the recovery of the several Y-wing bomber ships that had been earlier caught in the ion cannon. A strained smile made its way onto Steve's face, glad to see that the clone pilots and gunners alive and well enough considering the circumstances. Letting out a shaky sigh, Steve looked forward once more, eyes on the Republic fleet in pursuit of a damaged Separatist warship. Steve narrowed his eyes at the ship, the same one that had intended on attacking the medical facility he currently stood within. Now Steve had long since wizened up to the great world at large, now universe really. No two sides of a war are completely in the wrong, as rarely is that ever the case. But the fact that this confederacy of independent systems targeted first a world that isn't known for warfare on top of attacking a medical station with no defenses didn't exactly paint the CIS in a positive light thus far from Cap's point of view. Whatever the case may be, Steve knew that he had thrown himself into another war. And this was only the first of many battles. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 8, Destroying Malevolence. Grievous, general of the droid army of the Separatists, was seething. He paced about the bridge of the damaged and fleeing Malevolence, at a complete state of fury at coming so close to their objective only to be halted at the very last second. The droid general had no true way of venting his anger, with a few unfortunate B-1 droids suffering their end under his fists. All that he could do right now is focus on his retreat from the Republic fleet currently pursuing his fleeing vehicle while raining down heavy fire upon his ship. What is the status of the ship's engines? Grievous barked out to the droids. Operating at 60% capacity, sir. One of the pilot droids stated. But the Republic fleet keeps hitting us, making repairs difficult. Grievous growled. What of our reinforcements? They are under fire from another Republic fleet, said another pilot droid. RAGH. Grievous simply decapitated the droid with his fist. Get us out of here and get our hyperdrive ready immediately. Roger, roger. The Malevolence slowly floated ahead of the Republic fleet being led by Jedi Masters Plo Koon and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Their weapons were utilized in full force, a constant bombardment on the enemy ship with no intention of relenting. Behind the two Jedi stood Admiral Yularen as the trio of high-ranking men observed the damaged ship. Commander. Obi-Wan glanced down to a clone commander below. What is the damage level to the enemy ship? She's lost primary shielding and stabilizers. The clone commander stated. But the ship is so massive, it's taking all of our ship's firepower. We can't take her down with what we have. Plo Koon nodded at this. We must summon reinforcements. That's why we're here, Master Plo. Kenobi and PLO looked behind them to see Anakin and Ahsoka enter the bridge accompanied by Captain Rogers and Ant-Man. "Anakin," Obi-Wan greeted. "Glad to see you've made it." "Captain Rogers, Mr. Lang." Obi-Wan. Steve greeted. "Hey there," Scott simply said before his eyes were quickly drawn towards the one-sided fight in front of them. "Wonder how long that'll last." "Hopefully not long," Ahsoka commented. "Master Skywalker, have you made contact with Luminara?" PLO Kun inquired. "Yes, Master," Anakin responded with a clicked tongue. "She's currently busy with a fleet of separatist reinforcements nearby. She won't be able to give us support until she's turned them away." Hearing this made the two Jedi Masters nod slightly bitter as they wanted to take care of the enemy ship post-haste. "Then we'll have to make do with what we have." The Republic fleet continued with its attack on the Malevolence while the droid general on the enemy bridge clung on for support as his ship was rocked back and forth. Upon a recent, massive quake, Grievous spoke. "Status report. Hyperdrive is still inactive and forward engines are losing power," a droid pilot informed. "Our primary weapon is destroyed. If he still had teeth, the cyborg would be grinding them into dust at this point." Grievous glanced over to several droids that seemed to be just standing there doing nothing. "What are you still doing here? Get down to the hyperdrive and start making repairs." As if snapping out of a daze, the droids all ran out of the bridge to their new destination. Placing his metallic hand onto his face, he tried relieving the headache that was building up now. Bleep bleep bleep. His communicator was going off, prompting Grievous to answer knowing who it was on the other end. "General Grievous," said the familiar baritone voice of Count Dooku. "Lord Dooku." Grievous inclined his head in a bow. "What is the status of the Malevolence?" Dooku inquired calmly. "It has not sustained crucial damage, as of late." All Grievous was met was a dry look in return, knowing full well his lie wasn't going to cut it. "General, with what is happening now, I have arranged a trap which will give you an advantage over the Jedi." "That is unnecessary, Count Dooku. I assure you the Jedi and Republic will fail in capturing myself and this ship," Grievous said confidently. "Do not compound your failure this day by allowing our prize warship to fall, all because of your wounded pride." Ignoring Grievous' current mood, Dooku continued. "Heading towards you is a very important galactic senator. With her as your hostage, they will call off their attack." Begrudgingly, General Grievous had no choice other than to comply. "As you wish, my lord." Back on the Republic ship with the Jedi generals and Avengers, they remained on course with their trail behind the Malevolence. "Admiral, status report." "They're not attempting to jump to hyperspace, sir." Hearing this, Scott pondered with Anakin mirroring his action. "So that means they can't get away, right?" Skywalker nodded his head in confirmation. "Their hyperdrive is definitely damaged then. This is the chance we need then," Obi-Wan said determinedly. "All ships target the bridge. Maximum firepower with everything they have." Meanwhile, unknown to the Republic forces, a lone sleek ship was traveling through hyperspace right towards the battle. Aboard the ship was none other than Senator Padme Amidala with her husband's personally created protocol droid, C-3PO. "My lady, are you sure the information from Chancellor Palpatine is reliable?" C-3PO questioned with utmost worry. Padme nodded with a sideways glance. "Yes, it was secretly given to him by the supreme executive of the banking clan himself." A small smile soon formed from her lips. "If they leave the Separatist alliance, it will go a long way to shortening this war." The onboard computer beeped several times, signaling the pilot. "Oh, good. We're approaching the system now." The Naboo senator expected the vastness of empty space, with one ship carrying the banking clan executive. "My goodness!" 3PO cried out in apt alarm. What she got was, however, was anything but empty, with her ship almost crashing into a flaming wreck of a ship. This isn't right." Padme stammered out in equal shock. "That's a droid warship. We're in the middle of a battle." On the Malevolence, Padme's arrival was detected. "Sir, we're scanning a small ship off our bow." "Good," Grievous said with sinister satisfaction. Our hostage has arrived. Padme banked sharply, narrowly avoiding the large ship before her while sending out an immediate distress call. Mayday, Mayday. Padme spoke frantically. This is Senator Amidala. I've flown directly into the line of an enemy droid ship. Are there any Republic forces nearby? On the Republic side of things, Ahsoka, who had been monitoring the situation, had picked up on the call. Masters. Ahsoka spoke up. I'm picking up a signal near the enemy vessel. One that came out from hyperspace just now. Enemy reinforcements? Anakin asked. The Tortuga Padawan shook her head. No. It looks like a Naboo ship from its design. Assuming the worst, Anakin gave a quick order. Gunners stand down. Naboo. Steve murmured to himself. Isn't that Senator, what was her name, Amidala? Isn't she from Naboo? What in the blazes are they doing out there? Obi-Wan asked aloud. We're getting a distress call from them. Ahsoka said. With the clones picking up the signal, the bridge's crew was able to hear the message. Mayday, Mayday, this is Senator Amidala requesting any nearby Republic forces for assistance. Feeling his blood run cold, Anakin bolted from his spot and typed away into the nearby console in order to speak with his secret wife. And it didn't take long for her to respond. Padme? What are you doing out here? Anakin asked in alarm. I was sent here on a mission. His wife replied, the sound of exerting her control of the ship clear to hear. The Senate told me that the banking clan dang it wanted to negotiate a treaty. Get out of there as fast as you can. Anakin nearly shouted. Before Padme could make the attempt, her ship violently shook. Looking over, she asked the protocol droid. Have we been hit? I'm afraid it's much worse than that. Padme, what's happening? Anakin asked with everyone else behind him becoming quite worried now. I'm being pulled inside the droid cruiser by a tractor beam. She answered. Looks like they were aware of me coming here. I will not be made a separatist bargaining chip. Continue your attack. You must destroy this monstrous ship. Anakin, however, was hearing none of that. Admiral, order our ships to stop firing. Yularen only nodded, bitterly, while the others looked on in concern. What do we do now? Cap asked Anakin, who silently clenched his fists in frustration, not finding an answer for a brief moment. On board the Naboo cruiser, C-3PO voiced the obvious. It does not look safe out there, my lady. This whole thing was a trap, and I'm afraid I walked the two of us right into it. She said, slamming her fists onto her console. In the Malevolence Bridge, Grievous heard some welcomed news. Sir, the Republic cruisers have halted their attack. The cyborg chuckled. Jedi are so predictable. Turning his attention back towards his crew, he gave an order. Get the repair team up here. Continue working on the hyperdrive. And what will you do, sir? I'm going down to the main hangar. Grievous answered. This ship must be returned to Count Dooku intact. There is no room for failure. Grievous made his way down to the railjets within the Malevolence, as it was made to transport equipment and personnel around the ship due to its size. Stepping onto an arriving railjet, Grievous was sent off on his way towards the main hangar. And in the end of his vision did he see his prize. Approaching the Naboo cruiser, the Separatist general ordered a pair of droids to follow him inside so he may confront his hostage. He expected to see Senator Amidala sitting at the pilot chair, wearing a visage that carried much bravado in order to hide her cowardness. He expected her to no doubt fight back as she struggled to free herself from her soon-to-be captor. Only none of that happened, as she was not there. Where is she? One of the droids looked at the console and voiced what it was reading. Looks like the engines are set to destroy themselves. This got quite the reaction from the Kalaesh cyborg, causing him to quickly turn and shove the droids out of his way. Hey, that's just rude dash. Kaboom! From their hiding spot in the Malevolence's hangar, Padme had to suppress a chuckle in seeing the droids running around in crazed madness with what she just pulled with her now destroyed ship. Sometimes overloading the power system does wonders in causing mass confusion, thought the Naboo senator as she and the protocol droid moved elsewhere. Gonna need to find a way off this ship with 3PO. Anakin in the meantime huffed in slight annoyance, turning to leave the bridge. "And where do you think you're going?" Kenobi asked expectantly. "Someone has to save her skin." "I thought you might say that." "Well, I'm coming to then." Captain America spoke up. "Captain Rogers, there is no need for such assistance," Obi-Wan said. "You and your team have done more than enough for us this day." "I'm going to have to apologize and refuse, Kenobi," Rogers countered. "Let's just say I owe her a bit of a favor to Senator Amidala. Besides, she's a civilian, an important one at that. We need to get her out of here as soon as possible." Anakin only grinned with approval and appreciation. "Thanks for the support, Cap." PLO only sighed expectantly, amusedly stating, "I can't decide which one is worse or better. The super soldier or the maverick Jedi. Well, I think he's awesome," Scott said with a bit of a fanboyish grin, quickly following after his idol and leader. "You get used to it," was all Ahsoka could say. Down below in the hangar bay of the Republic ship, Sam Wilson and James Rhodey stood by some clone pilots who were explaining to them the basic fundamentals of piloting a starship. "It's all about which button to push and the rhythm you use when you're flying," Matchstick of Shadow Squadron explained. "This is your basic controls here and here. Firing primary weapons over the handle." Sam and Rhodey nodded, their suits on in order to record everything that they had been listening to for the past hour while the battle in space raged on. A few times, the clone pilot had asked them to repeat what he had said and was happily surprised to see them memorize everything down to detail, allowing him to go into the further mechanics of ship flying. Well, they knew how to properly fly the ships back on their home world, but these ones before them were another story. While there was a familiarity to them, both flyers knew they would need to forcibly start from level 1 before working their way up and incorporating their own flying methods into these new ones. Still, they were making good headway in the eyes of Matchstick. Before the clone pilot could continue his lecture, Sam saw a familiar bunch coming from the corner of his eye. Falcon nudged Rhodey in the side, getting his attention as the others soon noticed. "Hey Sam, Rhodey," Anakin called out. "Can I borrow you two for a while?" The flying pair looked at each other before the colonel spoke. "What's up?" "We're going on a rescue, OP," said the voice of Captain Rogers, who walked out from behind the Jedi along with Obi-Wan and Scott. "Senator Amidala is on the Malevolence and we need to get her out of here." "Amidala?" Sam asked, falling in step with his team leader and friend. "The one who offered her our help after Naboo." "The same. How'd she get on the enemy ship?" Rhodey asked in slight bewilderment. "It was most likely a trap," Anakin stated as he ushered the group to follow him towards the twilight. "Don't know how it was pulled so quickly, but that doesn't matter now. I trust you've already formulated a brilliant plan to rescue the Senator," Kenobi said inquisitively. "As a matter of fact, I have," Anakin stated confidently as they boarded the twilight. "But do we have a plan, B? Every operation needs a backup, Anakin," Kenobi insisted. "Is there even a plan, C?" Scott asked. "Can't hurt if multiple ones." "I don't have a backup, yet," Anakin admitted. "But I do have a plan for getting on that ship." "Really?" Sam asked as the assembled group of men sat themselves in the twilight. "The enemy sensors are obviously damaged, so we'll sneak in behind them and dock at the emergency airlock," Anakin said simply. "Wait, what? That's your plan?" Rhodey asked in slight disbelief. "Just fly there, land, hope they don't spot us, and walk in through the front door." Yeah, basically," Anakin said sheepishly. "Oh, brilliant," drawled out the Jedi Master. "Man, not the worst I've heard," Scott remarked, earning an eye roll from Sam, something the ex-con caught. "Hey, it fooled you." "Oh, that's how it's going to be." Ignoring Falcon and Ant-Man argue and banter, Anakin quickly got into his seat and started turning on the ship's engines. "Let's get going." Back aboard the Malevolence, Padme continued to sneak her way around the ship with a very paranoid 3PO right behind her. She soon stopped at a control panel, trying to get through its security defenses. "Pardon me, my lady, but might I suggest we keep moving to another location?" C-3PO chimed in. "I think I hear battle droids approaching." "I know, 3PO, but we also need to contact the fleet. Padme said in frustration. If I can just get this comm panel working. 3PO merely looked over the corner. My lady, I'm afraid I was right. General Grievous walked at the head of a small droid unit down the hallway towards Padme's direction. Thinking fast, Padme grabbed a large metal panel that had fallen from the wall that it had been a part of and hid herself behind it with 3PO. Grievous approached the control panel, when a droid contacted him through his communicator. General. What? The damage to the hyperdrive was not as bad as we first thought. The droid stated. We should be able to get underway again shortly. This pleased the Kalaesh cyborg quite well. I must inform Count Dooku. He turned towards most of his unit and gave an order. Stay here. Continue the search. Find the stowaway and bring them to me. Roger, Roger. Grievous walked away, leaving Padme to contemplate her next move while the droid units left her area, making it safe for the moment. Outside the Malevolence, Anakin kept a steady course towards the enemy ship, making sure not to make any sudden action that would alert the droids to their presence. If they spot us, we'll be pulverized. Obi-Wan said knowingly. They're too busy repairing the ship. Anakin casually brushed off. They don't have time to notice us. Obi-Wan sighed exasperatedly. Subtlety has never been one of your strong points, Anakin. Everything I know I learned from you, Master. Anakin countered with a wry grin. If only that were true. If you guys are done being a married couple, we're getting close to the hangar bay. Sam said with a dry tone. We're not a married couple. Sheesh, take a joke why don't ya? Scott said, checking his gear one last time. Need to brighten up that dank life of yours. Yeah, Obi-Wan. Anakin grinned at his master. Take a joke. Is everyone against me today? Kenobi remarked. Scott, for the love of God and all that is holy, never do that joke again. Sam said, massaging the bridge of his nose. No promises. Docking the ship now. Anakin announced, finding the right spot to enter the Malevolence. Attaching the Twilight to the ship caused two droids nearby to stumble. Did you hear that? What? That noise. It sounded like a ship docking at one of the emergency airlocks. Your circuits are loose. Nobody would be crazy enough to do that. Flying ahead of the others, Falcon and War Machine landed in front of the door leading out of the airlock with Scott, Steve, Anakin, Obi-Wan and R2-D2 joining them via platform. Anakin, you're crazy. Obi-Wan stated firmly. Spinning is not flying. Really? Sam said. We do that all the time. I think it applies differently for the two of you. Kenobi retorted, pointing towards Sam and Rhodey. Tony did say it's a good trick. Rhodey said with a shrug. See, Master. Anakin said with a triumphant grin. These two guys get it. Thanks, guys. Nice to know you have my back. Obi-Wan merely rolled his eyes as they approached the door. We do not want to get spotted. As soon as Obi-Wan finished that statement, the doors opened to reveal the two droids who were nearby. You were saying? It's them. I knew it was Dash. Several rounds were blasted into the droids' heads, rendering them useless as their bodies collapsed onto the ground. The small band of men looked down at the scraps. Welp, there goes our element of surprise. Sam said. Did you have to destroy their heads? Scott said with an uncomfortable cringe. Why are you complaining about that? Asides from the usual, I wanted to see if I could hack into their servers and see what makes them tick. Maybe even compromise most of their systems as a whole. Scott kicked the head off as it soared across the hallway. Since when could you do that? Sam asked in surprise. I've been busy these past few months before coming here. Scott said. Figured I should try new things. Try it out on these guys. Anakin adopted a curious look with Obi-Wan soon following. Save that thought for later. Anakin encouraged. That could be really useful later on. Will do. Pulling off his shield from his back, Steve adjusted the strap once slipped onto his arm. It's better if we split up into two teams. Steve said. Cover more ground that way. Sounds like a plan. Anakin agreed. Cap, Sam, mind coming with me? Sure thing. I don't mind. Mr. Lang, Colonel Rhodes, if you would. Kenobi gestured to the opposite direction that Anakin, Steve, and Sam ran off to. Got it. Scott said, shrinking down to ride atop Kenobi's shoulder while the Jedi and Rhodey ran together. Will you be fine there? Obi-Wan asked as his eyes trained on the miniature figure on his person. Oh yeah, totally. Scott waved off. I've done this a lot. Whilst the separate groups ran through the halls of the ship, they had all received a call from Ahsoka back from the Republic fleet. Master, we've gotten into contact with the Senator. Ahsoka said through their comms. Patching you through to her right now. Padme. Anakin. Padme's relieved voice was heard through the comms. Are you all right? Where are you? Anakin asked somewhat worriedly. On the lower levels. Padme answered. I'm fine, but I don't know for how long. Droids are everywhere. I'm on board with a rescue party. Anakin said. What? Padme exclaimed. What are you doing here? Keywords were rescue party there, ma'am. Sam cut in. Huh? Who was, wait, that voice sounds familiar. We're here to get you off this ship, Senator. Steve now spoke. Captain Rogers. I wasn't aware that the Avengers were here. Not wasting any more time, Anakin interrupted their little conversation. Ahsoka, how can we get to the Senator? According to our scans, there seems to be a larger open area in the center of the ship. It should be halfway between the two of you. Ahsoka said from her end of the comms. Did you hear that, Padme? I'll be there. Anakin said excitedly. Hold on. Steve interjected. We're still on an enemy ship. And that means that there's a lot of droids patrolling around the plans and orders on getting this ship up and running again. So? Scott asked the silent question. We're gonna need to cause a lot of noise here. Steve said. One that can keep attention off both the Senator's location and the attempts being made to repair the ship. I'll handle that, Cap. Rhodey confidently spoke out. I got the firepower. I'll get more on the inside. Scott added on. See what I could do. See now, Anakin, this is a plan. Obi-Wan said with his usual wit. I don't hear any good ones coming out of you, Obi-Wan. Anakin wryly shot back. With objectives and goals clearly defined, both separate parties now knew what to do. On the bridge of the Malevolence, Grievous had returned. General. A pilot droid spoke up. We just detected an unauthorized communication, coming from within the ship. What did it say? Well. We don't know. The droid admitted. We didn't catch it in time. Monitor all internal communications. Grievous barked out. I want that Senator on this dash. The general was abruptly cut off by the ship violently shaking with warning sounds blaring all around. What was that? Grievous growled out. It's Hangar Bay 2, sir. The same pilot droid from before answered. It has sustained heavy damage from bombings. What? Grievous roared out. How is this possible? The Republic wouldn't dare to authorize an attack when a Senator is on board. Bring up security cams now. One of the screens switched over to Hangar Bay 2 of the Malevolence, displaying the clear level of destruction that area had suffered. A grayish-silver blue flew by before hover in midair with its arms out. It was a humanoid droid, blasting away at anything and everything in sight before unleashing several rockets onto the hangar bay, destroying the camera in the process. Luckily or unluckily, really another perspective from the hangar replaced the previous one, now displaying Obi-Wan Kenobi in action. Azure lightsaber ignited, the Jedi slashed and cleaved his way through one droid after another whilst deflecting blaster bolts sent in his direction. All the while, an unseen force was covering the Jedi's blind spots with droids jolting about before pieces of them were violently cracked off. Seething internally, Grievous silently stalked out the room, giving out one last order to locate the Senator and bring her to the bridge. Meanwhile, Cap, Sam and Anakin arrived at one of the many railways of the Malevolence, taking a moment to look around. Where do you think she is? Steve asked Anakin. I think the better question is where in the are we? Sam inquired aloud. Without needing an incentive, Sam jumped forward with his wings popping out as he took to the skies. Anakin couldn't help but let out a small whistle. Wish I had something like that. Suddenly, the familiar sounds of blaster fire was heard at one of the lower levels. Found her, Sam said, descending down to her. Anakin ignited his lightsaber and with Cap began their jumps down to the Senator. Sam flew down right in front of her and fired at the droids. Cavalry's arrived, Senator. Lieutenant Wilson. Padme said in relief. That's twice now you've saved my life. Don't forget to thank them, Wilson said, gesturing his head up to Steve and Skywalker as both were getting closer. Anakin. Padme whispered under her breath. Okay, that's a lot of bots, Sam stated aloud. Time to go. Without getting any prompt from the aviator, Sam grabbed both Padme and 3PO and held on tightly as he set his thrusters to max. Flying at top speeds, Sam felt his muscles strain themselves to hold the much heavier protocol droid until finally reaching his allies. Whew. Sam exhaled, letting both individuals go. Anakin. Padme couldn't help but run up to her secret husband, hugging him fiercely. Well, that part of the mission is done, Steve mused aloud. Glad to see you're alive and well, Senator. I can't thank you and your team enough, Captain Rogers, Padme said graciously. They have saved my life twice in such a short amount of time. If you keep this up, you'll catch up to Anakin's record in no time. Anakin only grinned bashfully before contacting Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, we got Padme safe and secure. What's your status? On Obi-Wan's end, he slashed a super battle droid. He turned to face the raging fires of the hangar bay he, Scott and Rhodes had just finished demolishing. Beside him, Rhodey landed though Scott was nowhere to be found. Great to hear, Anakin, Obi-Wan replied. Colonel Rhodes and I are finished up around here, though we did get separated from Scott unfortunately. I'm okay, Cap, Scott chimed in. Just a little off course. I could still see Kenobi and Rhodey. Really? Obi-Wan said, looking around. But we can't see you. Hold on a sec. Though it was small, a tiny hole seemingly popped out amongst the flames and from it grew Ant-Man. Was caught up on the other side of the flames. Scott explained straight away, patting down to get some ash off of him. All right, so what do we do now? Rhodey asked. Anakin, Rogers, and Wilson have Senator Amidala secure, Obi-Wan said. But that doesn't mean we're clear to go. Padme's voice rang out through Kenobi's link. Master Obi-Wan, I overheard that the hyperdrive isn't as damaged as they initially believed. They'll be able to repair it in a short amount of time. Didn't you say that the hyperdrive was nearby? Rhodey asked Kenobi, to which he nodded. Obi-Wan then held up his wrist link. Anakin, you and the others head for the Twilight. The three of us will handle the hyperdrive. Copy that, Obi-Wan, we'll see you back at the ship, Anakin said. Let's go, guys, we're wasting time standing around. Both parties were on the move once more, each with a destination in mind. Kenobi's group had to go through several small units of droids before at last arriving at the hyperdrive, finding 2 droids at the controls. However, their arrival was met with a large contingent of droids surrounding the 3 of them from all the walkways. Oh boy, Scott murmured, getting back to back with the others as the trio faced the separatist forces when they heard a mechanical laugh. Turning in the direction where they came, a larger droid fell from above with its slick yellow eyes boring right into them. Hello there, it said tauntingly. General Grievous, Obi-Wan said coyly. Wait. Rhodey held up his thumb to the droid hybrid. That's General Grievous. Ah, you must be thrilled to meet someone of my stature, Grievous said arrogantly. How does a robot look like they need serious rehab? Scott questioned aloud. Seriously, are you okay? 'Cause you look like you're on drugs. Grievous felt his neck twitch at the jibe. And you two are one of these Avengers that have been interfering in a war that is not your own. Grievous seethed. Do you wish for an early death? Huh, generic villain speech up the wazoo. Rhodey quipped. Geez, and I thought you were something special. I will enjoy ripping you apart myself, Droid. Grievous growled out. Not a droid, Boldhead. Grievous simply had enough. Kill them all. Yikes. Scott immediately shrunk down whilst Obi-Wan began deflecting blaster bolts with Rhodey flying up. War Machine unleashed his fire power with both arms firing at the other two pathways while his shoulder gun fired primarily at the general. Letting out a guttural sound akin to an animal, Grievous dodged the gunfire and whipped out two of his lightsabers. His hands began spinning in a rapid fashion, managing to deflect the bullets and the melted metal that had come about as a result of lead meeting saber. Some however did manage to go past Grievous's defenses and stain his body. This further enraged the droid general, making him recall his sabers and crawl around on all fours under the bridge he stood upon. Okay, that wasn't creepy at all. Rhodey remarked with a shiver. Come on. Scott yelled out, jumping from droid to droid on the left-hand pathway to clear the way. We gotta get out of here. Obi-Wan took a moment to see that while the initial contingent of droids were destroyed, more were on their way with a larger squadron of droidekas, and the Jedi didn't want to deal with them at this moment. Right, let's go. Rhodey and Kenobi ran down the path Scott had cleared, with Grievous coming back up from beneath the pathways and running after them in pursuit. War Machine contacted Steve in the middle of his retreat. Hey Cap, we ran into a snag. Too many enemy forces at the hyperdrive. We're gonna need another way to take down the ship. Back on their end, having gotten the news, the group ground to a halt. We'll figure something out then, Rhodey. Steve replied. Head back to the ship. Copy that, Cap. Okay, so change of plans then, what now? Sam commented. We make our way to the bridge. Anakin declared. Why there? Steve inquired. They broke into a run while Anakin explained. I know you guys are still new to all this, so I'll make it brief. There's two ways to fix the hyperdrive depending on the ship size. A small starfighter requires for you to directly repair the drive. A ship like this size? You could repair it or make it function from the bridge. So what does that mean? Sam asked. Means we could set a little trap for Grievous and send this ship crashing into the Rishi moon and not waste a single ounce of our firepower. Anakin grinned roguishly. Steve got a weird sense of déjà vu, shaking it off as they rounded a corner to face two battle droids. Look, Jedi. The one on the right cried out, raising its blaster. No wait. The one on the left cried out in vain as his partner fired, only for his blaster bolt to be deflected by Anakin right to sender. I knew that wasn't going to work. The remaining droid said dejectedly before being bashed down by a flying vibranium shield. A gentleman. Padme called from behind, and the group turned to see a group of super battle droids. Oh boy. Steve didn't hesitate. Reeling back his throwing arm, Steve flung his shield at the wall with a specific diagonal acute angle. The shield rapidly ricocheted against the walls until it reached the oncoming supers, shredding them to pieces with clean slices that left scraps on the ground. How in the Force's name do you do that? Anakin said in complete awe. All in the wrist. Steve casually said, catching the returning shield. Right, the wrist, he says. Sam said with a faux unimpressed voice, the group resuming their run to the bridge. Back with Kenobi, he and his two companions were now evading a very incensed and furious Grievous, who was now wielding 4 lightsabers all at once. During their little battle, Rhodey had learned that he could deflect repulsor beams, though at the cost of stumbling back. Normally this would be an advantage, but the general proved to be very agile and nimble, utilizing the area around to quickly rebound from these attacks in order to keep them on their toes. We're getting nowhere with this, Rhodey said to Kenobi and Scott. You fools. Grievous snarled boastfully. I have been trained by Count Dooku and installed with the strongest metal the Separatists have to offer. I have cut down dozens of Jedi and hundreds of clones since the inception of the war. And yet, can't seem to take us down. War Machine countered, switching to his electrified hammer. It is only a matter of time. The amount of times I have heard that since the beginning. Kenobi drawled out. Grievous only moved to engage, with Rhodey's hammer thankfully being able to repel the lightsabers while Kenobi blocked his own. Scott instead shrank out of sight, though Grievous managed to keep his eye on him. This proved to be a mistake as Grievous was abruptly decked in the face from a left hook by Rhodey. Letting out a pained grunt, Grievous retaliated with powerful boot to the Colonel's chest. Taking a swipe at Kenobi, Obi-Wan jumped away to dodge the saber. The droid general made a step to move forward when suddenly one of his sabers shut down. What? Then, without warning, a metal plating on the same arm that held the saber violently shot off from the body. Eyes widening in alarm, Grievous began to shake about erratically. His arm spasmed like crazy before his robotic limb went limp. What is happening to me? Oh man. You gonna take this to the shop, buddy? Scott stressed out, pulling out yet another major circuit inside of the cyborg. Who's speaking? Oh, this is your conscious. Replied the Ant-Man, jumping to another wire. We don't talk a lot these days. What is the meaning of this? My word. Obi-Wan murmured, completely astounded. You've actually done it, Mr. Lang. Done what? Rhodey asked, confused by the Jedi Master's reaction. I always assumed I was the only one who was capable of getting under the General's skin. Obi-Wan stated. But Scott has literally done so with exceptional efficiency. Rhodey blinked in silence for several seconds until breaking down into a fit of laughter, unable to hold himself back at the sheer absurdity of Obi-Wan's comment. All right, I needed that. Rhodey said with mirth. So glad that I could entertain you fools. Grievous roared, stepping forward only for his leg to wobble and forced him to collapse. Obi-Wan moved forward to strike down the general once and for all, but the telltale sounds of a large group of droids coming up from behind their general to support him made him pause. Grievous saw this momentary pause and with his other limbs quickly attacked the two regular-sized humans, knocking them back and making a hasty retreat. Guys. Scott regrew to full size, moving over to help them both up. Are you all right? We'll live. Obi-Wan grunted, massaging his stomach. Giving the ex-con an appreciative nod, Kenobi saw the hallway from which they ran from now filled with a long line of droids. We gotta get out of here. Rhodey declared. Yes, let's. Kenobi nodded in agreement, the three men running off with the droid battalion now in pursuit. Elsewhere, Anakin, Steve, Sam, Padme and 3PO had arrived on the bridge of the Malevolence. Upon their arrival, it took a sum total of 3 seconds for the three men to make quick work of the droids in the bridge. Okay, that takes care of them. Sam remarked. Yup, and now, time for my surprise. Anakin said mischievously, cracking his fingers in anticipation while getting to work. I guess that leaves us with the house cleaning. Padme plainly shrugged. It didn't take long for the droid remains to get piled into the elevator they had used in getting to the bridge, nor Anakin for leaving his coded trap within the Separatists' system. All right, that's all done. Anakin announced. Let's get out of here. R2, prep the ship for departure. The two teams were now full-on sprinting back to the Twilight. Swatting aside droids along the way, others droids were soon in hot pursuit of the ragtag group of intruders. Soon enough, both groups reconvened at the entrance to the airlock with the Twilight waiting for them on the other side. Quickly piling into the ship, Anakin hastily detached himself from the Malevolence and gunned it back towards friendly space. However, it was not to be so simple as that. General Grievous was now in pursuit despite one of his arms not functioning properly with a squadron of vulture droids backing him. We have guns, anybody care to use them? Anakin asked aloud as the vulture droids fired repeatedly at them. Steve was already on his feet grabbing hold of the primary cannon. Press here, Captain Rogers. Padme instructed. Thank you, Senator. Steve said, taking aim. Pressing down the trigger, Steve blew a vulture droid out of from its course. As the Twilight drew closer, Plo Koon saw the enemy fighters on its tail ordering the ships to open fire to defend the Twilight. While the Twilight weaved in between friendly fire, Grievous wasn't letting up on his course, piloting his fighter as best as he could to gain on the fleeing ship. General Grievous. A projection of a droid appeared on the Kalaesh's controls. What is it? The hyperdrive has been completely repaired. The droid informed. Should we retreat to friendly space? Activate the hyperdrive. Grievous ordered. I'll meet you back at our secret base in Sector 4. Grievous returned his focus onto the Twilight, which had successfully shot down 2 of the other Vulture droids. Narrowing his eyes, Grievous increased his speed and fired a shot right on one of the engines of the Twilight. On said ship, R2-D2 made a series of whirring noises. "Gentlemen, milady, R2 has just notified me that the enemy ship is powering up its hyperdrive. Let's hope this trap of yours works, Anakin," Sam said. "Trap?" Obi-Wan inquired curiously. "What trap? Don't wanna spoil the surprise," Anakin said knowingly. Grievous was gaining on them when abruptly, the Malevolence bridge made contact with him again. "Sir, we appear to experiencing problems with the hyperdrive." "I thought you said the hyperdrive was fixed," Grievous barked out in annoyance. "There seems to be something wrong with Navi computer," the droid rambled on. "It's setting us right at the moon." "Fools," Grievous admonished angrily. "Reset the Navi computer, now." On the bridge of the Malevolence, the droids desperately tried to get the ship under control as it began to plummet down to the nearby moon's surface. In less than a few seconds, the Malevolence met its end in a fiery crash for all to see from their ships. Grievous had rejected a transmission from Dooku, choosing instead to escape the area. The Republic forces on the Venator ships all cheered and celebrated to a successful end to a long mission, whilst the Avengers and Jedi on the Twilight all laid back with relief. After a beat of silence, Anakin twisted in his seat to face the Avengers. "So, how was your first mission?" Anakin asked with a wry grin. Steve exhaled, leaning on the wall with a shrug. "Well, a giant enemy ship crashed and for once I wasn't on it." The Galaxy natives gave the super soldier bewildered looks, whilst his friends couldn't help but laugh aloud at the comment, knowing all too well on Steve's past. "All right then," Obi-Wan said with an amused shrug. "Let's head home." Gasp. Cough cough. A young man rose himself onto all fours, hacking and coughing violently, thumping his chest to get out the air mixed with dust he had inadvertently inhaled. Getting into a sitting position, the individual rubbed his eyes, which were blurry. Letting out a few more coughs, he managed to steady his breathing and open his eyes to find himself in some barren wasteland. "What the hell?" the man asked aloud, looking around to find the same environment on all sides seemingly stretching off into the distance. Steadily getting to his feet, he held up his hand to his ear and spoke. "Hello." He asked no one in particular. "Guys? Cap? Sam? Wanda? Is there anyone nearby or on comms?" He only got static as a response. Scratching his silver hair, Pietro Maximoff was at a momentary loss as to where he was and what he should do. Normally, this would be the point where he'd be brash and impatient, running off into any random direction in hopes of figuring out where and what was going on. But his time under Captain Rogers and the rest of the Avengers has tempered his usual impulsive nature. Some would. Trying to get into contact with the others once more, especially his sister, Pietro failed to get any answers. Gritting his teeth, Pietro stomped on the ground in aggravation. Sighing to himself, Pietro squinted at the horizon on all sides until he saw something that vaguely resembled a village far off in the distance. Throwing his hands up in the air, Pietro loosened himself up. Jumping from one foot to another while shaking his hands, Pietro inclined his upper body forward while positioning his legs when he burst forward at full speed, leaving behind a blurry afterimage and a streak of bluish silver following in his wake. A small cloud of dust was thrown up into the air. It covered the area for a small moment until the dust settled down, revealing a humanoid with orange skin standing where the speedster once stood. The humanoid was what was known as a Twi'lek, and it had attempted to sneak up on the speedy Avenger only to be left stunned at what he had just witnessed. He had been around the galaxy several times before, had seen Jedi, warlords, bounty hunters, and now the galactic war that plagued his planet. But a man who can run faster than the eye could see? That was certainly a new one for Cham Syndulla. "We're glad to be back after such a long break. So before I close this out, I present to you all a first for me in this story. Omake, co-written by Jebist 4781 and Freeman writer." The droid general made a step to move forward towards his foes when suddenly one of his sabers shut down. "What?" Then, without warning, a metal plating on the same arm that held the saber violently shot off from the body. Eyes widening in alarm, Grievous began to shake about erratically. His arm spasmed like crazy before his robotic limb went limp. What is happening to me? Oh man. You gonna take this to the shop, buddy? Scott stressed out, pulling out yet another major circuit inside of the cyborg. Who's speaking? Oh, this is your conscious, replied the Ant-Man, jumping to another wire. We don't talk a lot these days. What is the meaning of this? As War Machine and Obi-Wan Kenobi eventually went into a laughing fit, Grievous quickly stood up straight with his functioning arm hanging out a bit. Wait. Wait. Shut up. Bellowed out the Kellish cyborg, which somewhat didn't stop his two opponents in their current fit of humor. Ignoring them, he spoke. I'm sorry, but my conscious. Inside of the droid general, Scott halted his assault and spoke in a bewildered tone. Yeah, is there something going on here? Still laughing their guts out at this, Obi-Wan and Rhodey were losing some of their focus. Everyone be quiet. Just shut up. I'm trying to focus here. Grievous stomped his foot down, effectively silencing both men who now looked at the droid general bizarrely. I need a major timeout here. Without any further notice, Grievous shut off his lightsabers and walked, more like limped away from them. Obi-Wan and Rhodey looked on, glancing at one another as if trying to figure out what just happened. Even the droids that were nearby were left utterly bewildered as to what just happened. Rhodey said. What just happened? Obi-Wan stammered to find the right words. I don't wait, where's Scott? In the medical station of Malevolence, which was hardly even used in the first place, Grievous was lying down on a metal lab table with a medical droid standing off to the side. I don't know what to say, Doctor. Grievous said in serious contemplation. For the longest time I thought my consciousness long abandoned me after my transformation into this. Emphasizing the point, his hands swept towards his body. But now it's back. Inside of Grievous armor, Scott was wondering how the fight transitioned into this exactly. I so need to get out of here. Think my joke went a bit too far this time. Thought the ex-convict as he silently made his way out of the cyborg's shell, before bolting for the medical bay's entrance. So when did your consciousness begin to speak with you, General? The therapist droid asked in its nasally voice. Just a few minutes ago. Grievous recounted, his one good arm over his eyes. My other arm stopped functioning and reason as to why was my consciousness. The droid general let out a choked sob. I thought I was more machine than man, but I never lost who I truly was after all these years. You've made surprisingly great progress, General. The droid therapist praised. Now tell me how you feel. Conflicted for one. Why? Haven't felt such conflict since the Hook War, as that was probably when I last heard from my conscious. Perhaps this may help in alleviating your confliction. The therapist droid stated, holding out a small folded note. Tilting his head, Grievous grabbed the note out of his therapist's hand and opened to read its contents. Grievous suddenly laughed heartily. Ah, Ziggy. You always know what to say. So, have you tried communicating with your conscious general? I have not. Let me try. Grievous cleared his throat. Consciousness, are you there? Hello. Are you there? There is no need to be shy, you are my innermost thoughts after all. Is something the dash? Shut up. I'm trying to focus. Listen, I understand it has been some time, but I wish to make amends. Consciousness, please. Please. Sir. The general fell to the ground on his knees, throwing his only functioning arm up in misery and self-pity. Why have you forsaken me? Grievous smashed the ground with his hand repeatedly, denting it further and further. Acting out of fear now, with the medical droid might be destroyed soon by Grievous' hands with his present erratic emotions, it quickly pulled out another Ziggy card and handed it towards its patient. Wah Ziggy, always with what I need to feel better. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 9, Runner of Relith. TCH, nothing. Tossing aside some pebbles, Pietro Maximoff remained crouched down to the ground while in the center of a strange village of some kind. The houses certainly were ones he had never seen before, and he had been around Earth on several occasions now during his small fight with the Avengers and after joining their ranks. but this was certainly a new one for him. By design, they seemed a bit earthy, almost as if whoever lived here used the ground itself to mold box-like dome structures that functioned as their homes. There were some recognizable traits to these homes, such as homemade awnings and windows. Still, the whole place overall felt alien to him. Taking his time to inspect the strange place, Pietro cautiously entered one of these strange houses and found it to be rather spacious. Not much inside other than what appeared to be a cupboard of sorts. A raided one. The wooden doors appeared to have been torn off in a hurry, leaving next to nothing inside. Nothing other than a few strange berries of some kind. None that Pietro had ever seen before. Curious, Pietro picked one up and casually tossed one in his mouth, only to spit it out a second later after the taste of a worn fruit hit his taste buds. Spitting out the taste some more, Pietro grimaced as he realized there was probably nothing here that he could eat or use for that matter. Exiting the house, Quicksilver investigated several more of these houses in rapid succession, though coming with the same results as the first. Grunting with impatience, Pietro walked through the streets of this small town until he came across a highly unusual contraption. Tilting his head in confusion at what he was looking at, Pietro approached the rather long and strange object. One segment of it was of a boxy ovular design with two long pieces that appeared to be handlebars, controls possibly, signifying to the speedster that this must be a vehicle of some kind. Two metal rods stretched out to the width, what Pietro could describe the appearance to be as some kind of gun perhaps. Unclear as to what it was, the Sokovian noticed a downward curve on the larger segment of the machine, looking to be a seat. Walking over, Pietro swung over his leg and seated himself on the brown metal, finding it similarly designed to how he would sit on a motorcycle. Testing it out, Pietro rocked his body and saw it moved with him before stopping as he did. Well, it was stable. Still didn't explain why it was floating. Looking at the two handles, Pietro couldn't help himself as he grasped them. He found that he could rotate a segment of them, inadvertently turning it on. What must have been its back engine whirred to life as Pietro found himself floating a bit higher off the ground. Unable to hide his intrigued and excited grin now, Pietro leaned forward more and revved up the vehicle. It let out several bursts of sounds akin to a motorcycle. Cool. Pietro whispered to himself. Checking around himself, Pietro found some kind of lever of some kind on the left side of the vehicle. Squinting at it momentarily, Pietro took a wild guess and figured that was the accelerator. His hunch was proven correct as he felt the vehicle lurch forward. Oh shit. Everything abruptly slowed down from the silver-haired Avenger's perspective. He managed to jump up off the odd vehicle in time, with the machine still flying forward even without a driver. Pietro landed clumsily, tripping over himself several times before landing on his ass and looking up in time to see his newest discovery unceremoniously crash right into the side of a house. Throwing his fists up, Pietro experienced a full-body cringe as he clenched his teeth while his body tensed up at what he had just done. Jumping up to his feet, Maximov carefully went up to the fiery remains of the contraption. Slumping his shoulders in self-disappointment, Pietro palmed the side of his head while internally admonishing himself. That was then cut off by a distinctly strange sound echoing over the village. Slowly looking behind him, Pietro strained his ears. Tuning out the small fire going on behind him, Pietro could distinctly hear the sounds what seemed to be marching of some kind. Quirking a brow, Pietro dashed to the direction of the new sounds, though making sure he wouldn't be seen. Halting in an alleyway between two houses, Maximov slowly peeked out from his little hiding spot to a bewildering sight that caused Pietro to seize up for a second. Robots. And lots of them, aligned in a military marching position. Though not like any he had seen before. These were certainly not anything he had seen Ultron or Tony Stark make. There was a sense of uniformity and variety to them. There were skinny, lanky robots holding what seemed to be guns with several having distinct green accents on them. Then there were the larger, bulkier bots with their right arms positioned up to the sky with distinctly visible gun-like barrels on their wrists. They all definitely moved like an infantry unit. A couple dozen up front, what Pietro could only describe as a super tank of some kind, another dozen behind it followed by one more tank. They continued their march, until the lead bot with yellow accents this time raised its hand to call for a halt. There's smoke coming from that direction. Pietro couldn't help but do a double take at the nasally, One could even describe it as dorky voice that came out of that lanky robot. That was not at all what he thought they would sound like. You three. The yellow-accented bot gestured to the three closest to him. Go check it out. Roger, Roger. Bewildered, Pietro stuck to the alleyways and shadows, using his speed to stay out of sight from the lanky bots as they went over to the wrecked vehicle. What caused this? The center bot asked, voice as nasally as the apparent leader. The rebels. The right one asked. Why would one of the rebels crash a speeder bike? The left one inquired. They're tail-headed. The middle one said like it were obvious. What does that mean? I always thought their brain distribution is cause of their head shape. Your circuits are crossed, that's not how anatomy works. What's going on here? The three plain-looking bots were interrupted by the arrival of the rest of the retinue. We found this crashed speeder bike. The middle bot explained. It seems to be recent, though there's no body. Could this be a trap? Most of the reports said that the Twi'lek forces are holed up with the Jedi and clones. Fan out. Check the houses and alleyways for any survivors here. What do we do if we find someone? What do you think? I don't know. The yellow-accented bot palmed its face. Take them prisoner. Oh, right. Of course. You idiot. Tensing up, Pietro cautiously backed away while keeping his eyes on the bots that began to go about into separate groups, with some entering houses. Suddenly, Pietro heard a sound that he had never heard before that echoed across the village and the surrounding mesa. Looking up to the skies, Maximoff's eyes widened dramatically at the sight of a gigantic ship descending on down from the heavens above. It looked unlike anything Pietro had seen before, and after spending a few months with the Avengers, he had seen a lot. But this was different. Was this that alien race his older teammates had faced 3 years ago? Whatever it was, Pietro honestly did not want to stick around to find out. Running out of the alleyway at full speed, Quicksilver ran past many droids, some of which didn't even notice the silverfish blue blur that rushed past them all. What was that? What? That weird silver blue thingy that just ran past us. I didn't see anything. Well, I did. Me too. So what was it then? I don't know. It was too fast to see. Oh, forget it. We can't stay here. Reinforcements have arrived. We must be ready to press our attack on the Republic. Roger, Roger. Pietro ran at breakneck speeds, getting as far away as he possibly can from that village. He skidded to a halt after seeing the large ship way off in the distance. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Pietro looked around and now saw he was in some kind of forest. There were large shrubs and bushes completely new to the speedster as he took the time to inspect just where he was now. Now what? Pietro asked himself, having no clue what to do now. The more time he spent here, the less he started to believe that he was in Europe anymore. Communication between the others has been non-existent, and he just saw a gigantic warship that was clearly alien, so the answers to his many questions could be infinite by this point in time. Looking back one final time to the giant ship, Pietro faced the daunting task ahead of him, knowing in his gut that as of this moment he was alone. Beginning his trek through the forest, Pietro casually picked up a stick on the way, idly poking and prodding random things that could reach with it. The dirt on the ground, above ground roots, tree barks, branches, rocks. As if perhaps trying to find something he wasn't looking for. Pulling out his phone that he still had on him, Maximoff was grateful for the fact that it still had power left. A lot, actually. Leave it to Tony Stark to go big or go home. Seriously, all of their tech may as well never shut down, really. All they apparently need is a little light. Checking his other pockets, he was glad to find the pocket containing his jumbled-up headphones. Placing the buds in his ears, Pietro pressed mix on his phone and began listening to some calming paced tunes to pass the time. If I had time in a bottle. Pietro casually hummed the tune, making a few dashes here and there upon seeing small strips of straight land. He continued on for a half hour, seeing that summed up to the amount of songs he listened to, until stepping out of the forest to stand before a canyon valley way before him. And in between the mountainous walls, a village. With a bunch of humanoids with rather colorful skin. some of whom stopped what they were doing to stare at Pietro, who stood frozen with his mouth slightly agape and hands up at waist level. What followed was a long several moments of awkward and tense silence as what felt like the rest of the village, taking notice of the quiet villagers closest to Pietro, also grow silent. "Hey, what's going on over here?" yelled out an accented voice. "You're all supposed to be packing and getting a move on. We need to get you all to safety." From behind the colorfully skinned humanoids came a handful of other individuals, these ones being decked out in full white armor with brown shadings and colorings. They carried large rifles that Pietro could not identify. "What's going on here?" one of the white-brown armored men asked. Wordlessly, a humanoid with orange skin gestured his head in Pietro's direction. All eyes were back on the speedy Avengers, who just stood there opening and closing his mouth as he tried to make heads or tails on heads really of the situation he had literally walked himself into. Hi. Hands where I could see them," one of the armored individuals said authoritatively. "Get down on the ground now." Hey, Pietro said calmly, though his eyes were challenging. "I don't want any trouble, I'm just passing through." "Just passing through?" repeated another of the armored soldiers a bit incredulously. "You are just passing through on a planet that's essentially an active war zone." "Wait, what?" Pietro did a double take. "What did you just say?" "Huh. You said a planet that's an active war zone, that's what you just said, right?" Pietro said loudly. "Yeah, Relith." The same soldier that repeated his words said. "It's been under separatist attack for a few weeks now." "The planet you're on right now?" "Where have you been, under a rock?" "Planet?" Pietro murmured to himself in disbelief. "I'm on another fucking planet." "Hey, hold still." The first soldier that spoke to him said sharply. "Easier said than done, pal, I'm kinda in the middle of a dilemma here." Pietro shot back, somewhat frantically. This threw all those present off balance at such a curt response from someone they had never seen before. Pietro was no muttering to himself rapidly, at such rates that none of them could even begin to make out what he was saying. Finally, one of the men in armor got a bit fed up. Shiny hair." The soldier got Pietro's attention. "Listen, we are in the middle of a war right now with the clankers about to rain down fire on this and every other village that hasn't been bombed by the Seps." This gave Pietro pause. "And then some random nobody shows up with some strange get-up right as we're evacuating." "Clankers," Pietro repeated. "Droids, supers, the separatists. And Warzone. VWWWWRRRRR. All activity and conversation froze within the area upon hearing that sound. What soon followed were panicked and frightened screams along with similarly accented men barking and shouting orders. Then came blaster fire. "Vultures. We've got droids. Clanker coming in from the east. AAT tanks incoming." Then came the explosions. Then came cries of children calling out for their parents. Everything from Pietro's perspective slowed to a crawl. His heart rate spiked, his breathing erratic. He felt sweat begin to accumulate on his brow while his palms became wet. He felt Wanda's presence next to him as he watched his parents disappear into a hole from a missile. Pietro saw the frightened children. Hitching his breath, he returned to the present and moved. A family of 4 were cowering in fear with a pinkish-purple sphere falling down right on them. They jolted. They remained huddled together with their eyes closed when the youngest opened her eyes to see them standing outside their village on the west side, along with several other villagers with their families. And another group just appeared, followed by another, and another, all being surrounded by some kind of blur that quickly rushed back into the village to bring back more villagers. The sounds of blaster fire and bombs were heard all around. "Move, men, on the double," an armored soldier commanded. "Use the alleyways and rubble for cover. Sixer, get up on that building there and provide cover fire." The brown and white armored men got into position and began to return fire upon the oncoming army of robots that fired back at them in full force. Flying ships continued to harass the village, though 2 got shot down from missiles launched by ground soldiers. "We're sitting ducks here with their tanks and air support. We've got the firepower to take down the tanks. But not the men. They'll just get shot down. Just keep firing. We need to buy the tailheads time to retreat. Sarge. The tailheads have already evacuated the entire village. What? Taking the chance to glance behind him, the sergeant of this unit was stunned to see all the Twi'leks that inhabited this village seemingly vanish completely save for a literal handful who display bewildered expressions. Suddenly, without warning, a silvery blue blur whisked an unsuspecting Twi'lek away followed by another and another until every Twi'lek within the vicinity was gone. All of this transpiring within a few seconds. What the criff was that? Asked a nearby soldier. His answer came in the form of the same blur returning to utterly decimate and plow through several lines of battle droids in front of them. All the soldiers could hear were the sound of metal getting struck hard and bursting apart into pieces. Skidding to a halt in front of them, Quicksilver was an impressive sight to behold as he casually tossed aside a super battle droid's arm to the ground. Looking to the soldiers in armor, Pietro quirked an expectant brow. Well, are you going to fight back or not? Not waiting for an answer, Pietro rushed forth slamming into the nearest bot. The speed and momentum of his run sent the B-1 battle droid careening and crashing into several more droids. He didn't stop there, continuing to decimate and run through most of these robots that were unlucky enough to be caught in his field of view. Back over with the soldiers, they all could only stare with eyes wide and jaws dropped, with some even taking off their helmets to make sure what they were seeing wasn't some kind of illusion. None could keep up with this man who seemed to defy everything they knew about the galaxy. All that they were able to see were brief after images of where he momentarily slowed down and concentrated an attack on before zipping away once more. The sergeant at long last shook his head out of his own stupor and raised his rifle once more. "Come on, brothers!" he shouted out, unleashing laser on the clankers. "This crazy guy's giving us a chance and he's taking all the fun. Concentrate your fire, now." After several more seconds of trying to gather their wits about them, the rest of his men got back into it and returned to firing at the bots attacking them. Though by this point, the enemy was in a bit of a chaotic mess as they were now trying to figure out as to what in the hell was going on. What happened to the rest of the UNICRACK? Quicksilver was relentless in his assault on the robots, a serious case of déjà vu coming over him. Taking a moment to halt and catch his breath, Pietro noticed blue bolts fly by him, taking a moment to look back and see the armored soldiers renewed their defensive offense against the attacking bots. Grinning, Pietro resumed his own attack, dispatching droids left and right. He's gotten their attention. Concentrate your fire on the nearest tanks. Following the sergeant's instructions, many of the armored soldiers who didn't have rocket launchers pulled out magnetic thermal detonators. Working in unison, each tank received 3 to 6 grenades primarily around the hatch and cannon area. Destroying a multitude of the tanks, the armored soldiers divvied up their forces. Half remained here to continue to hold off the droid contingent while the other half split off to find the Twi'lek villagers and get them away from here and en route to their rendezvous. "Sixer," the sergeant said through his helmet comm link. "What's the location on those villagers?" "West side border, sir," Sixer responded. "They're all huddled together, none missing it seems." The sergeant looked back up to see Pietro deliver a powerful high-speed knee to a grayish bulky droid with the power destroying its domed head. Grinning beneath his helmet in awe and astonishment, the sergeant gave off the order to fall back. Speedy. Pietro was busy grabbing a droid and bashing its head into the wall of a house when he heard someone shouting. Turning his head, he saw that armored guy waving at him to come over. Taking a moment to inspect the area, Pietro saw that it was relatively cleared, so he appeared before the soldier in the blink of an eye. "Whoa!" the sergeant whispered. "That's insane." "Yes, what is it?" Pietro said somewhat impatiently. Listen, I saw you when you first showed up and I know that we got off on the wrong foot it seems, but you just saved the lives of all those villagers back there." Pietro's guarded expression softened a bit at that little tidbit, shrugging it off. "It's part of the job. Civilian safety comes first." The sergeant found himself nodding with approval. "Look, I know this may seem sudden, but you save a lot of lives just now. My brothers and I could really use your help in getting the civvies to the rendezvous with the rest of the Republic forces and General D. Come with us, we need all the help we can get." Pietro eyed the man momentarily, glancing back to the wreckage of the village and then to the robots that were apparently responsible for this attack. What he did in response was really a gut reflex, and he honestly could still hear the echoes of the past. As fast as Pietro is, right now even he could tell his options were limited at this very moment. He wasn't on Earth for starters, instead being on this planet called Relith. And judging by the scale of the attack he had just witnessed, this somewhat confirms the earlier comments about this entire planet being a war zone. He recalled that earlier robot patrol he saw at the first village he arrived in. Chewing the inside of his cheek, Pietro remembered Natasha and Steve's training about gauging and situation and learning what you can to adapt accordingly. Sighing to himself, Pietro looked at the visor of the sergeant's helmet. "All right, I'll come with you for now. But I've got a lot of questions to ask, so I hope you're ready to answer them." Scene cut. "Hold the line, men." Jedi General Iamagundi yelled out valiantly, standing with his personally assigned clone corps as they fought against the oncoming wave of separatist battle droids. Beside Jedi Di was his trusted comrade and second-in-command, Captain Keeley. Both stood shoulder to shoulder as they fought with all their might against the droid army. All around them were the 71st Clone Legion mixed in with the Twi'lek freedom fighters under the leadership of Cham Syndulla. Scout walkers ran about firing at the Cis forces, and several AT-TEs created a perimeter of sorts for the Republic troops. Every last one of them fought with unrivaled ferocity as they had been since the start of the Cis invasion of Relith, but the losses were beginning to mount up. Too many strategic areas for the Republic had fallen and been taken by the Separatist. Even the capital city of the planet, Lesua, was under the control of the Confederacy. Yet they remained vigilant and unwavering in the defense of this planet. Cham rallied as many willing and able-bodied Twi'leks as possible in their efforts to keep the Cis from fully controlling and oppressing their people. A sentiment General Di shared as they repelled yet another droid wave that was for the time being retreating after sustaining heavy losses. Using this moment to regroup, Di, Keeley and Cham met with each other, going over battle strategies and casualties. "What's our losses, Captain?" Cham addressed the clone who had removed his helmet. Keeley held a hard stare as he rattled off the numbers. 28 clones dead, 62 injured. 23 freedom fighters dead, 45 injured. That's a rather steep increase from last time. Cham noted grimly. The Separatists have gained a strong foothold upon the planet. Di said dejectedly. They will be able to continuously funnel in more ground and air support even with the ongoing battle with the Republic fleet above. What can we even do now, Jedi Di? Cham inquired. Simply wait for our inevitable and watch my people perish. It will not come to that. Di stated with steely-eyed determination. Keeley, begin rounding up the troops. It is time we depart from this sector and hold up at our operating base. Yes, sir. Keeley responded, placing his helmet back on and moving to address the troops. We're abandoning this base. Cham asked with a skewed eye. It is a dangerous risk to remain here at such open land. Di calmly stated. We barely held out with the forces we have. Your freedom fighters are spread throughout the planet, but my men are dwindling just as fast as yours. I would rather not haphazardly toss away their lives for a small fortress. That is not the Jedi way. Are you certain this is a wise choice? Cham inquired. To move about at such a vulnerable capacity even with our terrain walker and scouters? I know every secret passageway the planet over, but there are none that could be used here, General. If we move to retreat, we are open to attack. If we stay, even in a fortified position, we are open to attack. Di countered. Right now we have given ourselves a brief reprieve. And we shall not let it go to waste. Our forward operating base has the remainder of our AT-TE walkers and scout walkers as well as LAAT gunships. We can hold out there until the Republic come with reinforcements. Cham wished to retort but was presented as Keeley returned. Sir, I just received news from Sergeant Grit and his scout team. The Twi'lek village from Sector 2284 has been accounted for and completely evacuated with minimal casualties. Some good news. Di said with a bittersweet tone. Tell Sergeant Grit to meet us at our forward operating base. Send out word to all units. It's better to have strength in numbers than simply waiting around for our turn with the Separatists. Keeley nodded, sending out the order to any and all units that haven't been lost to the separatists. How many men will we have if all units return, Keeley? Dee asked softly. Keeley sighed, rubbing his chin in thought. If we're lucky, sir, possibly 600 to 700. But I sent out 200 of our men on those search and rescue missions to get the Twi'leks to safety. And only one of them has an ATE's support. The rest are either on scout walkers, speeder bikes, or just on foot. And that's also if we make it back with the rest of the boys back at ground base. We'll have a strong total of 800. And again, that's a big if, depending on how many units return. De finished for his second in command. Keeley could only frown in concern, observing Dee's expression morph into a momentary trance-like state. General. Keeley placed his hand upon Dee's shoulder and shook him slightly. Are you all right? Blinking, Dee shook his head while massaging his forehead. Apologies, my friend. I have been getting these unusual shifts, if you could call them that, within the force. Like earlier. Keeley recalled, giving an anxious look. I don't mean to bring that up again, General, but that was no ordinary reaction I ever saw. And from transmissions from other Jedi generals, they seemed to have experienced the same phenomena. I'm sorry for making you worry, Captain. Dee said earnestly. But I, like many others, undoubtedly have felt a great change within the Force. Something is coming to this galaxy, to this war. And it will change the very trajectory of everything we know. Keeley could hardly contain the disturbed expression he now held at the thought of something that could change the very way the galaxy they all inhabit works. General Dee was always known as a straight-laced, professional but loyal Jedi. When he first got assigned the 71st Legion, Dee took great time in getting acquainted and truly knowing his unit. In his own words when he first spoke to Keeley and his men, I will not lead an army of numbers. I will fight alongside an army of men. That, along with Dee's undying faithfulness to his legion and willingness to fight alongside them, had earned the undying loyalty of the 71st. So much so that the entire legion had decorated their armors with brown accents to better reflect their allegiance to their Jedi general. And now, after all that, hearing the clearly troubled words of the oncoming change to the galaxy that all Force users felt did little in alleviating Keeley's tension on the whole situation right now. But he had to compartmentalize that away right now as Dee began instructing the retreat of the Republic forces back to their main base. A perimeter was to be made with the wounded in the center while the rest. Cham and Dee lead from the front with the ATEs providing extra cover. Scout walkers were in frequent motion, a sense of constant surveillance. They were moving fast, taking only several momentary stops before moving on again. Up above, they heard the telltale signs of galactic warfare above, with the occasional batch of Republic starfighters moving in to engage the CIS fighters. Thankfully, so far, they encountered no enemy forces when. We're 10 minutes out from the operating base, sirs. Keeley informed Cham and Dee. Just around the hills there. Null. Immediately, all clones with several of the Twi'leks whipped their guns out in the direction of a nearby forest. Arc. One of the clone troopers within the defensive line shouted back. Out from behind the trees and thickets came the familiar faces of more Twi'leks and clone troopers. Dee and Keeley exchanged relieved smiles. Sergeant Grit. Dee walked over to greet one of his officers. I thank the Force that you've returned with so many alive and unharmed. General, Captain. Grit quickly saluted the both of his superior officers. You're a sight for sore eyes, sirs. It's been a bit of a hassle getting here. I could imagine it so. Dee said knowingly. How was your mission? A bit all over the place, honestly. Grit admitted. Got sidetracked by frequent droid patrols, air and ground. When we got to the designated coordinates, it took a while to rouse everyone out from their homes and move to evacuate. Any casualties? Dee asked, somewhat dreading the answer. 7 dead, sir. Grit stated. 22 injured. That's fewer than I expected. Keeley couldn't help but blurt out, pleasantly surprised by this news. You could thank him for that. Grit said, thumbing behind him. Keeley and Dee looked over the sergeant's shoulder to see a rather peculiar sight amongst the clone and Twi'leks. It was a single, lone human man with a very strange garb and hair, with several Twi'lek kids around him looking up to him with starry eyes. He seemed to be greatly enjoying entertaining the young kids, as several had laughed at a comment he appeared to say. Him? Keely asked for confirmation. Yes, Captain. Grit nodded. You will not believe what he's capable of, sirs. It's unlike anything we've ever seen. Greatly intrigued now, Keely and Di followed after Grit, who approached the silver-haired young man who was entertaining a few kids with a small pebble. Now, most wouldn't be able to see it, but Di barely noticed it. He was making a magic show by seemingly making the pebbles in between his fingers vanish, only to pull them out from the children's noses or ears, much to their delighted confusion. What nobody saw, however, were the sudden, blink-and-you'll-miss-it movements the man's arms displayed. Dee's eyes widened at seeing the man seemingly twitch his arms, followed by a barely visible afterimage. Is that him? I am a gun, Di thought internally. The man seemed to have a mischievous grin on his face in front of the kids, as one of them held a pebble out on her palm with an adorably challenging pout. Then he was gone. Those present blinked in confusion at his sudden disappearance, when hand from behind the young Twi'lek girl rested itself atop her head and swayed her back and forth. Gaping, the kids and even some clones and adults looked to see the man with a smug smirk casually flicking the pebble the little girl had in his hand. Di and Keely could only gape, along with others who were unaware as to what they just saw. What was that? Keely asked aloud. Grit grinned. That guy is the reason so many of us managed to come back alive. Di silently observed the man, playing with the kids. The Force. It resonated not through or from him, but more specifically, around him. It was as if it was a convergence of sorts, as the concentration the Force had on this individual man was incredibly potent. Whoever Di was dealing with here, this was something possibly entirely new. But right now, that had to wait. Ending the brief reprieve, Di began yelling out orders for all to get ready to move in 3 minutes, seeing as how close they were to the main operating base, where a Republic fleet still hands high above their heads. At long last, the 71st as well as the freedom fighters of Relith were in full force. Or so they had wished. Unfortunately, Sergeant Grits was the only one who managed to return with most of his unit relatively intact. Team 3 had returned with only half of his men, while he heard nothing from Teams 2 and 4. In total, the remaining forces of the 71st Legion was a sum total 650 men. Along with a few hundred freedom fighters, they were barely past 1,000. General Di, Cham, and Keely had just finished getting an inventory report as well as an update on the fleet above. They were getting hammered hard in all direction, barely holding out as it is. Republic reinforcements remain unattainable as of right now. Captain Keely. Di spoke to his second in command. How long do you believe we could last here? At full length, sir? No longer than a week. Keely said with grim honesty. Rationing out the food may prolong it by several days, but if the separatists keep hitting us, then we won't last that much longer. The fleet above is whittling down, and the clankers could send more reinforcements down easily now. Then what do you believe we should do? Di inquired, walking over to a hollow table displaying their current position. They were currently at the entrance of a large gap in between two large elevated land masses. Further in was their main base, where most of the soldiers and Twi'lek were at the moment. It was rather open in between, but thankfully the naturally formed caves within the mountains provided cover from aerial bombardment. Still, in hindsight, due to their current predicament, Keely said it best. They were sitting porgs just waiting to get decimated. Keely momentarily looked around, looking over all that they had right now. The ATEs were all stationed here, forming a line with their cannons all pointed up. They currently served as their anti-aircraft guns, while the MG Nests and Scout Walker remained their heavy weaponry for the ground. There were also the strange bipedal creatures that the Twi'leks have tamed as mounts, named blurgs, all about the area. They were surprisingly effective in battle and useful beasts of burden. Most were situated around or within the small cluster of trees nearby the entrance to the gap between mountains. Several rows of trenches with turrets lining them were the final touches of their defenses. We could hold out, though I don't know for how long. Keely admitted. We've had to abandon a lot of our equipment all over the place when retreating from the Seps, sir. Even with the equipment, there's still the matter of food and water and the clankers hitting us again. Force knows how many times they'll come till we're all dead on the ground, General. Di frowned, crossing his arms in contemplation over their situation. It was not looking good, and he knew it. The Confederacy has made a successful campaign in storming Relith with a good percentage of the planet now under their rule. While fighting has been limited across the planet overall, every battle held key locations and purpose such as the capital, resource caches and Republic bases. Dill was at a bit of impasse as to what to do next, but he remained resolute in his conviction to fight on. "Sir." Keely and Dill turned to see a clone trooper running to them. Rather than waiting for them to say anything, the trooper merely held out his scopes for Dill. "Enemy dropships coming in." Alarmed, Dill grabbed the scope and held them up. 70 degrees up, sir, to your left." Following his trooper's instructions, Dill was met with the unwelcoming sight of a large cluster of droid dropships with tanks in tow. "On those guns, now!" Dill ordered out, with many clones rushing to their position. "Get those fighters out of the skies. Men, battle positions." He held up his wrist calm. "Grit, I need your battalion up here front and center. We've got more droids incoming." "Copy that, sir." The clones all began lining the trenches. "General D." The Nikto Jedi turned to see Cham arriving on his own blurg. "Cham." D greeted. "Ready your militia. More droid abound." Cham simply nodded, turning his beast around and running around the camp and instructing the Twi'lek to get ready, with some already joining the trenches with the clones while others mounted the many blurgs nearby. Meanwhile, the ATEs all had their mass driver cannons all pointed up, with several already firing at the oncoming droid forces. The droid fighters and dropships simply charged through, unmoving in their trajectory even as some were shot down. Hyena and Vulture fighters charged forward, returning fire. 2 of the ATEs were subsequently destroyed. Clones and Twi'leks with rocket launchers began firing up at the fighters, shooting off clusters of rockets rather than targeting. It was a continuous cycle until the droid dropships at last reached the ground level and began deploying its troops. B-1 and B-2 battle droids began their programmed march towards enemy forces and firing right away. D ignited his lightsaber, with Keely withdrawing his dual DC-17 blasters. "Open fire!" D ordered, holding his lightsaber forward. A hailstorm of red and blue blaster bolts began flying back and forth between droids, clones and Twi'lek. "Shock Battalion, go!" Keely commanded. "Work through their ground forces and concentrate fire on their tanks." A dozen AT-RTs ran forward at full speed, with their clone pilots kicking and blasting through many droids, though several were quickly shot down or blown up. Fortunately, assistance came in the form of a cavalry charge courtesy of the Twi'leks on their blurgs, as well as speeder bikes that were utilized by both clones and tailheads. Many droids began falling in droves, but it was not to be that simple or easy. More dropships were descending with more reinforcements. Dick clenched his teeth, deflecting bolts left and right at their senders. He jumped forward and stood at the front of the trenches, with some clone troopers jumping out from cover to join their general, with some getting shot down. "For the Republic!" D yelled out a rallying cry, with his clone troopers crying out in defiance of the enemy droids. Scene cut. Before the start of the current battle, Pietro sat alone against a rocky pillar in the shade. He had met the alien known as Iamagundi, along with apparently a clone trooper named Keely and Cham Syndulla, a Twi'lek as his species is called. In short, Pietro had no iota of a fucking clue as to what to do or where he was. All he could vaguely recall is something about a war in a galaxy, clone troopers, droids, the planet Relith, the Republic, the Confederacy of something, and him being all by himself in the middle of it all. He ran his hands down his face as he bemoaned his current situation, trying to make heads or tails as to what he can do right now. His thought process went into overdrive, as it ran at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Due to his enhancement courtesy of the Mind Stone, his body got an overhaul. Faster reflexes, running speed, metabolism, and so on. But he also got a fortunate and unfortunate boost to his mental capacity. Pietro was always known as impulsive individual, both in actions and in thoughts. Following his gaining of superpowers, this doubled down on all his aspects, including his thinking capabilities. Stark theorized it's possibly the reason why he could perceive things at such a fast rate while everything around him is slow. He's thinking fast basically. But that also means so much could go through his head at once, it can be a bit of a jumbled mess at times. When he first got his powers, his body experienced spasms as well as excruciating headaches as his being was essentially getting accustomed to these new features. So, with these powers, a plethora of questions sprinted through Pietro's mind on the now. Where was he? What was he to do? Where were the Avengers? Is Wanda hurt? Is Vision alright? Are the others alright? Are they here? If so, where? If not, are they in this galaxy that Dim mentioned? What were they doing? What should he do? Wait, that's the 400th time he asked that question. Groaning in exasperation, Pietro didn't really as he thumped his head back against the rocky pillar he leaned on. Clenching his fists tightly, the Avenger exhaled shakily. He remained there in his own misery for several moments when... Ha ha! Pietro's ears perked up at the sound of laughter. Opening an eye, he saw Twi'lek children running around playing together without a care in the world. Off on the side were adult Twi'leks, probably their parents, watching over them. And sparsely populating the area were some clones here and there. Strange really. The scene before him kind of reminded him Sokovia. It wasn't the best country in the world to live in, but damn it, it was home. He recalled similar times where it was him, Wanda, other kids along with their parents while soldiers, militia, police, or mercenaries were around. And with this apparent war he found himself in, it was easy to recognize for Maximov. While he wasn't told this, Pietro could see and feel it all the same. Relith, like Sokovia, was a place of constant strife and conflict. Whether it be from its own internal problems to constant outside forces, Relith is not special but on the way to everything special. Just like Ultron. Honestly, seeing those robots attack and him running in to fight them felt a bit too natural. Serious déjà vu, on an alien planet. Guess some things were indeed universal. Smiling slightly at the kids who continued to enjoy their games, this tranquility ended at the clone troopers all sharply jumping up to their feet at receiving warnings of an incoming attack. Pietro tensed up, watching clones and armed Twi'leks run about whilst the civilians all went towards safer locations directed by the clones. Getting up, Pietro looked in the direct where most of the soldiers were running to and decided to head there. Honestly, he was never one to idly sit on the sidelines. He was no bench warmer. Clint taught him that one. Hey. Pietro saw the familiar armor marking of Clone Sergeant Grit. What are you doing here, Speedy? It's Pietro. Quicksilver dryly corrected. And what's going on? More clankers inbound. Grit merely replied, sliding on his helmet and grabbing his rifle. More of those robots. Pietro said to himself. Of course there's more. When is there not? All around him, Twi'leks and clones ran in the direction of where the sound of a battle was underway. And by the sounds of it, quite a brutal one. Now, Pietro knew that this was a bit out of his depth. He clearly landed in the middle of a planet where there are two intergalactic powers at war with one another, with this planet being apparently only one of hundreds currently engaged in fierce combat. War, while something he never participated in, was a constant threat hovering over his home, and he had grown up a bit more hardened by the world. Then again, evil robots attacking a village of innocent civilians was bit too familiar for the Sokovian, so. Cracking his neck, Pietro grinned roguishly and dashed forward. Back at the battle, Jedi General Dill was in the thick of it, swinging, slicing, and deflecting without a moment's of rest. Behind him were his men, advancing along with him even with their numbers dwindling. They remained steadfast in their stand against the onslaught of droids, never wavering in the face of overwhelming odds. But the losses were beginning to pile up now. The droids had come this time with a plan, targeting their heavy weapons and walkers with dive bombs and even suicidal crashes. They were down to 3 right now. Speeder bikes were all but gone and a handful of AT-RTs. Captain Keeley. Dish shouted over the blaster fire, redirecting several blaster bolts at once. The right flank is getting stretched thin. Take several units and reinforce it immediately. What about you, sir? Keeley asked, ducking under several shots before returning fire. I shall hold my position. Dish said with steely-eyed determination. Go, Keeley, I will not ask a second time. Keeley wanted to object, but seeing the Jedi's resolve, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Sixer, get some snipers up on those cliffs. Rev, you and your men follow me. Going off to his assigned area, D remained at the front pushing forward. He wasn't alone of course, as he had a dozen clones still with him who had refused to just abandon their general to die. D showed his appreciation with an increase of movements and flurry of lightsaber swings, leaping about between the dozen clones he had at his side to defend them from droid blaster fire. Men, form 2 line behind me. Following his instruction, the 12 clones formed 2 lines of 6. D began moving forward, blocking shots coming his way while also slicing through any droid close enough for his reach. Behind him, the front 6 clone troopers targeted every droid that was distracted by their Jedi general while the back 6 covered the rest. It wasn't an easy incision into enemy lines, losing a quarter of the men on the way. Yet it proved to be a minor success as several frontline rows of droids began taking note of the small group of Republic troops and Jedi cutting and shooting their way into their offensive lines. This in turn allowed the clones and Twi'leks in the trenches begin shooting down a large swath of the droid forces. However, the victory was short-lived as hyena droids flew in, dropping bombs across the field without a care about the other droid troops on the ground. Dust and debris exploded up into the air with droid parts, clones and Twi'leks being flung back by the impact of the explosions. General Iamagundil was lying flat on his back, face scrunched up in pain. His Jedi robes held many singes and armored greaves scorched. Clenching his fists, D blearily opened his eyes. Taking a moment to breath, he forced himself up to his knees. His vision was blurred, but he was able to see the familiar silver cylindrical object that was his lightsaber. Dazed, he reached out and grabbed his weapon. Taking a moment to gauge his surroundings, D could scarcely see anything, though both the dust and his sight began to slowly clear. To his side were 2 clones visibly struggling to get up themselves, though another in between them was clutching his side in clear pain. He didn't know where the rest of the dozen that followed him were. All he knew was that there were 3 of his men behind him and a bunch of clankers in front, all walking in their direction with their blasters pointed right at him. Glaring defiantly, D shakily grabbed his saber with both hands and ignited his blade. He knew he wouldn't last long right about now, even with him calling upon the Force for aid, but damn it, he was not going to just let them kill him or his men. Hearing the sounds of blasters being prepped to shoot, D allowed the Force flow through him. One last. Incoming. Before he could even blink, before his very eyes, it appeared as though the droids were all seemingly blown apart into pieces by an unseen force. Unseen to most. D saw it. Barely, but it was there. That momentary afterimage of someone appearing before several droids and hitting them with such power they basically shattered upon impact. Suddenly, one after another, droids were bursting apart, though not by explosions or blaster fire. Something was hitting, and it was doing a damn effective job. In a matter of seconds, D and the Republic forces couldn't even count the number of droids that were utterly obliterated by whatever it was that was attacking them. Then, someone slid to a stop in front of D. "Yeah, that was a good warm-up," Pietro Maximoff stated cheekily. He was casually rotating his right arm and shoulder with his left hand placed over his clavicle. In his right hand was a B-1 droid head. "Beep boop borp," Pietro said mockingly, shaking the droid head up and down before tossing it aside, looking to the stunned silent Jedi. "What?" Pietro joking asked with a wry grin. "You didn't see that coming?" Not waiting for a response, Pietro bolted forward once more and shoulder slammed a B-2 Super, followed by grabbing 2 B-1s and grinding their heads down against the ground while running. "Sir." D vaguely heard his name called, but he did turn to see Sergeant Grit along with several more clones running over to him. "Sergeant." D wheezed out. "Let's get you out of here, sir." Grit pulled the Jedi's arm over his shoulders, with the other clones moving to help their downed brothers get to safety. "Captain Keeley?" "Cham." D managed out. "They've fallen back behind the trenches, sir," Grit informed. With the rest of the men. D took a second to look behind and see the pandemonium. The speedster's sudden arrival and subsequent thrashing of the droid forces have thrown the clanker into apparent disarray. Quicksilver was grinning maniacally with apparent joy at the rush of bashing through all these murder bots. Running at 1B2 in his path, Pietro pounced on the grey droid. His momentum coupled with his force behind his grab caused the droid's legs to buckle down until they broke apart. Tumbling forward with the droid's ovular body in hands now, Pietro kicked up and began spinning in a rapid circle until he flung the makeshift wrecking ball forward with all his might. The speed-enhanced body collided into a cluster of droids and destroyed most while others fell over. Smirking, Pietro zipped off once more, taking an unlucky B1 for a ride. Back with Jedi D, he was getting tended to his wounds, primarily his shoulder, while speaking with Cham. "We cannot hold out here any longer, General." Cham spoke in total seriousness, taking occasional moments to fire his blaster at any droid he could see. "You are injured now and our forces are dwindling by the second. If we stay we will die, and if we do not get any support from the Republic we will die. I shall contact the fleet above." Dig grunted out. Pietro in the meantime was wrecking shop upon the Cis army, ripping apart and demolishing every single droid in his way. From his perspective, Pietro noticed one B1 droid have some kind of sphere in its hand with its arm cocked back in a throwing motion. Tilting his head in curiosity, Quicksilver ran over and took a moment to inspect the sphere in its hand. Judging by its size and shape with the glowing red dot on top, it was easy for Pietro to assume that this must be a grenade of some kind. Looking behind him, Pietro's eyes glinted as he got an idea in mind. Quickly grabbing the primed grenade, Quicksilver ran at the AAT tank closest to him and jumped forward. With a precise throw that would definitely make Steve and Clint proud, Pietro chucked the grenade into the barrel of the large cannon of the tank. A few seconds later, the grenade blew up, permanently damaging the AAT's primary weapon. The upper hatch of the tank opened up to reveal a rattled droid pilot. "What just happened, BWAH?" The droid was abruptly grabbed around its lanky neck by Quicksilver and thrown out from the tank. Laughing to himself, Pietro lightly dropped into the tank with the sound of complaining droids followed by loud clanging and banging from within the vehicle that rocked it around. The back ramp fell open with Pietro walking out at leisurely pace with a droid blaster in hand. Wonder if this is as simply as it looks," Pietro said to himself. "Hey, drop your weapon," a B1 droid said, voice as nasally as ever. "I think that's actually ours." "Then he's stealing." Pietro raised the blaster and fired, nailing a droid right in the head and knocked it clean off. "Whoa!" Pietro exclaimed with a wide grin. "It's as simple as that." "Get him." Pietro was gone from his spot. "Wait, how do we do that?" "Yeah, he's gone." "You bold heads." General D had recovered enough to at the very least provide some measure of defense for his troops. He had gotten word that a convoy of much-needed supplies were en route to the planet. All they needed to do was to hold out long enough for them to get here. And that's only if they could get through the separatist blockade still engaged with the remaining Republic fleet. "General D." Cham spoke beside him. "We must sound a retreat and regroup. The supplies will not drop in an active war zone." D agreed right away with the Twi'lek leader, turning to Captain Keeley, who had returned to his side to fight along with him again. "Keeley, sound the retreat now." "Yes, sir." Keeley pressed a green button on his wrist. "All units, fall back to base." "I repeat, all units, fall back to base." "What about him?" Cham asked, head nodding in the direction of Pietro, who momentarily stopped to get a Twi'lek soldier out from being overwhelmed by a bunch of droids before single-handedly annihilating them a moment later. "I'll get to him," D stated, already moving forward. Pietro punted a B2 droid's leg down at super speed, punching it apart a second later. Backpedaling, Pietro jumped down into a nearby foxhole for cover, taking a moment to catch his breath. Wiping a sheen of sweat from his forehead, Pietro shook his hands loosely to throw off some of the shivers he was getting after hitting so much damn metal. Just like that time in Sokovia with all those Ultron drones. "Maximov." Pietro looked up to see that humanoid alien named D running up to him with that laser sword of his on. "We need to retreat," the Jedi stated. "If we stay here, we will be overwhelmed even with your abilities." Pietro stared at the alien a bit in a daze as he felt a creeping sense of exhaustion begin to come over him. Nonetheless, steeling his nerves, Pietro knew that he had to commit to the actions he had taken to the end. And he wasn't done just yet. "Go," Pietro declared. "Get yourself, your soldiers and the kids out of here now. I'll hold them off." "What?" "Don't worry yourself," Pietro said confidently. Can't hit what they can't touch. And like that, Pietro was back at it once more with an increased pace in his step. Straining his enhanced muscles and powers overall, Pietro was aware of the great strides in control he has managed ever since being officially trained under the Avengers. With his teammates' help, Pietro has improved his control over his relatively new powers by leaps and bounds, pushing past his limits. But Cap said it best. One can only push past his limits when he crashes first head into them. And that's not achieved during training. Come on, Pietro. You're an Avenger. Maximoff chided himself to go faster. Come on, Quicksilver. With a burst of extra speed, Quicksilver felt his muscles tense up even further, but he fought through the pain regardless. Rah! Pietro roared out, completely decimating one droid after the other. He was relentless, not slowing down for any moment. The pressure on his body was starting to growing as he had literally been beating up nothing but metal. Thankfully he had his advanced metabolism coupled with an accelerated healing factor, but the stress remained. He could feel certain parts of his body, his arms in particular, spasm and twitch after every droid he took down. Yet he pressed on, fighting without pause and showing no remorse to these murder bots. That was until he heard an odd reverberation across the area, making even the droids pause in their attempts to shoot at the one responsible for single-handedly holding back their advance upon the Republic forces. Up above, two large ships that Pietro did not see before flew past over the battlefield deep into the valley where those Twi'leks and clone troopers had retreated to. They're dropping supplies. A nearby droid announced in surprise. They must have gotten through our defenses. So what do we do now? You idiot, we still need to take out the rest of the Republic troops and the Jedi. Capture the Twi'leks after. Hearing this, Pietro glowered when he calmed himself and coughed into his hand. Ahem. Aren't you Claude's forgetting someone? The droids looked about each other somewhat stupidly, though Pietro couldn't deny that the exchange was rather hilarious. Did we? I'm not so sure. Oh wait, we gotta take this guy out. Is he Republic? He has to be. He's been destroying us for the entire time. Oh yeah. Hey, you're under arrest. After hearing the clankers speak on the retreating clones and Twi'leks retrieving supplies, Pietro knew that even with the large head start he had given them, they were still vulnerable. The droids could easily have caught up to them and wiped them all out. That was a prospect that Pietro would not allow to happen. So, it was time to break out the big guns. Specifically, his newest big gun. Something he had accidentally caused during practice and had a hard time replicating. But right at this moment, it was do or die. Feeling his entire being vibrate with the latent power bestowed upon him from the Mind Stone, Pietro vanished from where he stood, leaving only an indent of a foot in the ground. Running in overarching wide circle, Quicksilver felt the strain of his legs coming on. Ignoring the oncoming pain, Pietro's heart rate increased with his adrenaline spiking as his vision focused and teeth clenched up. Breathing heavily, his running speed steadily increased drastically upon every completed circle. What's going on? I don't know. He's doing something. Hey guys, do you feel a breeze? Sure enough, winds coming off from Pietro's circle began to pick up, both expelling out from every cycle to also being sucked into the run itself. At this point, some of the droids began to wobble around a bit, losing their balance. Hey. What's happening? Windstorm. Oh no. We're not programmed for this. Slowly but surely, the winds and dust started to buffet the area with a rising increase of air circulating around the perimeter of Pietro's running circle. Quicksilver kept on going, the trailing blur that follows in the wake of his running starting to glow actually. Gritting his teeth, Pietro let out a bellowing roar, exploding forth as that was the final catalyst needed to at long last create his intended goal. A twister. The speed and velocity of his tornado was powerful, with many droids immediately getting sucked into the swirling vortex. The force of the winds proved to be so powerful that even Aetis and few Hyena and Vulture droids had got swept into the spinning cyclone. Quicksilver continued his run for a good few more minutes until bolting off in the direction of the Republic and Twi'lek forces. The tornado was effective, causing complete and utter chaos as the droid arm was being ripped apart by the winds or breaking upon impact to the ground. Maximoff's work was visible for many to see. Even General D and Cham, both of who were standing upon an elevated hill and watching the spectacle from afar. When I looked back, I thought I would see more droid fighters coming after us. Cham whispered. Not a tornado. I concur. Dis said in equal astonishment. Their open-mouthed staring came to an abrupt end when something stopped before them, kicking up dirt in their faces. Coughing from inhaling the dust, Dill waved his hand to blow the dust away, revealing none other than a clearly haggard and tired Quicksilver. Okay. Pietro casually began with a strained and tired voice. Brought you a bit of time. He raised his trembling hands. No need to thank me. He coughed. But what you can do is simple. Pietro steadied himself. As soon as I wake up, you're both gonna have to answer a lot of questions for me. And then he promptly fainted. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 10, never as simple as it appears to be. Steve Rogers has, and always will be, a practical man. So why is it that the universe has gone out of its way to make his adjustment to the modern world needlessly complicated? And by world, he now means intergalactic society that he and his friends have been unceremoniously dropped into that was currently in the middle of a war. He's honestly shocked how he's even operating right now. Truthfully, Cap would rather take a nap in ice. Because the ice seems nice. Currently, Cap found himself seated at a circular table surrounded by his comrades. In between them all was a collection of what qualifies as books within this hyper-advanced civilization, as they had been looking over the many aspects of this galaxy. Seated in the Jedi Temple's own library, the keeper of the library was kind enough to give them their own personal corner with a set of beginner's guide to the greater galaxy at large. Naturally, the Avengers collectively knew that learning anything and everything they could about this expansive galaxy was damn near impossible. So they settled for basic knowledge: how the Republic was formed, the Jedi, the Sith that seemed to be their sworn enemies, technology, and so on and so forth. There was a lot of ground to cover, so they divvied up the subject matter. Still, absorbing all this knowledge was easier said than done. Scott was determined to learn as much as he possibly could on how the technology of this galaxy worked, and tried making sense of it all and on how he could possibly integrate it with their own. The ex-con was rather studious, and while he does make his usual witty awkward comments, they've been on the down low for a while now. And it was honestly easy to see why, as Steve felt it in his gut that out of everyone on this table, Scott had the greatest incentive to get home. Lying beside Scott while he read a file on the inner workings of starships was a photo with 3 people on it. Him in costume without his helmet, with Hope in the same attire, with his young daughter Cassie having both her arms wrapped around their heads, pulling them close as she gave a beaming toothy smile, with the 2 adults laughing. He had been staring at it on occasion now before going to bed. Sam and Rhodey had been reading up on extensive books in regards to starfighters and basically how to do everything with them, to how they function to how they fly them. Something Steve had joined in on from time to time, as well as he himself, while not an expert, has some flight experience. Something Rhodey nor Sam would ever let him live it down. In their studies, they found a great deal of similarities and familiarities with the way the fighter pilots conducted themselves in combat. While the Figure 4 was a new method that Rhodey introduced, there were a few flight patterns that the soldiers could connect back to Earth. Specifically World War II dogfights. A few times now, the trio had gone to the clones stationed on Coruscant at the Jedi Temple and the nearby base, as well Anakin himself, who had taken up on instructing flight lessons with great gusto. The clones have also shown admiration and respect towards the Avengers for the willingness to listen and learn how to fly. It also helped that Sam and Rhodey in particular were picking up on it greatly, and that all 3 of them were soldiers with years of battle experience under their belts. It was rather easy to find themselves relating and endearing themselves to the clones. The rest of the Jedi were pleasant at the very least. Aside from Kenobi, Skywalker, and Tano, they hadn't really gotten to know any of the Jedi. Sure, Steve spent some time with Trasaa, Tholm, and Ayla, but overall this place remained a mystery to them. Still, knowledge is power, and they were determined to accumulate as much knowledge as they possibly can during their stay here. Who knows, maybe one of the public holocrons may have the information needed in finding their way home. If they were that lucky. Usually, luck for them seldom ever is. Ah, the Force spoke to me of 4 wayward souls. A soothing female voice said from behind Steve. And here they are. The 4 of them turned to see an exotic alien woman whom Steve recognized immediately. "TRA," Steve said pleasantly. "Captain Rogers," TRA said in turn, giving him a kind smile. "I hope I am not interrupting." "Not at all, ma'am," Steve said. "I think we could actually use the break." TRA only nodded, looking to Cap's friends. "So these are the rest of the Avengers I've been hearing so much about these past few weeks. It is an honor to meet individuals such as yourselves." "Nice to meet you too," Sam greeted friendly. "Any friend of Cap is a friend of ours. Name's Sam Wilson." "Rhodey." The Colonel nodded his head. "Scott Lang. It's a pleasure. I am TRASAA, Jedi Master. I do hope your time spent here at the Jedi Temple has been comfortable," TRA stated. "I had heard from Grand Master Yoda of a group of individuals who are from a planet that has not achieved interspace travel yet who are aware of the greater universe at large. Yeah, that was a bit of a wake-up call a few years ago," Rhodey Riley stated. "I think by this point, nothing is off the table," Sam flatly stated, sifting through flight operations. TRA chuckled at the aviator's statement. "I find myself agreeing with you, Mr. Wilson." "Just Sam, thank you," Sam said lightheartedly. "I've still got my youth. All 5 years that are left," Rhodey quipped. "Compared to the 0 that you have. Once you guys get a kid," Scott cut in. "Then come talk to me about the years of your youth disappearing." Rhodey and Sam both opened their mouths to retort only to close them while looking at each other. A silent conversation ensued between the two as they tried to figure out a way to counter that, yet they came up with nothing. TRA chuckled aloud at the interaction between the Avengers, finding their rather open jabs at one another rather refreshing. "Well, some of my concern has been alleviated," TRA jokingly said. "I am glad to see you are all in high spirits." "As high as we can be," Rhodey shrugged. "And no weed to help, unfortunately." "You've smoked weed?" Scott, who hasn't at one point in their lives. Lang gives him a stare. "Really?" Rhodey looked at him in mild surprise. "Not even once during. Never really appealed to me," Scott admitted. "Guess I was raised right. In a weird way." Rhodey snorted that, shaking his head in amusement. TRA was equally as amused, finding the way these people converse with one another fascinating. "Anything we could help you with, Master SAA?" Steve asked. TRA hummed momentarily in thought, before taking a seat in between Rogers and Rhodey. "Actually, I am quite curious about your world," TRA said with genuine intrigue. "Really?" Sam questioned, though not rudely. "Why?" "I have lived a long life, Sam," TRA said gently. "Many centuries, with only Master Yoda perhaps being the closest one to a lifelong friend and companion. I have studied many cultures, traversed the galaxy dozens of times over, and have trained many apprentices. Yet I have never encountered individuals such as yourselves from a world that is devoid of the Force. And still, fantastical events occur on your home world, as you once alluded to. I wish to know more. Learn more. And who better than from the men who come from this wayward planet?" The Avengers exchanged glances at one another until Sam threw his hands. "All right, what do you want to know?" Scene cut. "Grave risk you had done, Skywalker. But rescued your droid in our plans, you have." Grand Master Yoda along with Anakin Skywalker were walking down one of the many hallways of the Jedi Temple. Anakin had just returned with Ahsoka and the 501st after a daunting mission in regards to rescuing his faithful astromech droid, R2-D2. He had been somewhat chastised by Obi-Wan and now Yoda, and to be honest, he was getting rather tired of hearing the same old spiel that he had gotten for the past 10 years. It's not his fault, these things just happen, to an extent. As the two continued down their path, Yoda halted in his step. Anakin took a few steps forward until noticing that he didn't hear the soft thumping sounds of a cane hitting the floor. He looked back to see Yoda standing still, looking off in a different direction. "Master." "Come, Skywalker," Yoda vaguely said, going off towards where he was looking. Quirking a brow in confusion, Anakin followed after the small green master. They had entered through one of the many entrances to the library. Yoda was walking towards the study area where younglings were usually educated on their duties as a Jedi. What the Grand Master found was a mixed assembly of younglings, Padawans, knights, scholars and masters all surrounding the temple's newest occupants. "All right." Scott Lang spoke at the moment a bit bashfully. "Now, I'm not exactly the smartest guy when it comes to this. Thankfully, my daughter Cassie helped me out a lot with this. So, Earth. That's home for us. And it is a lot more different than the planets you guys have." A youngling raised his hand. "How?" Scott paused, stammering a bit as he tried to formulate a response. Well, you see, the environments." "Yes, that's right, the environments." He got quizzical looks from everyone. Scott momentarily glanced back to his friends with Sam gesturing to the planet Earth that was on display. He mouthed a few words that Scott caught, but most of it went over his head. So he decided to wing it. "Well," Scott contemplated for a moment. "A lot of the planets we've seen here has a single kind of environment, or, what was the word again? Biome? Yeah, biome. A planet of snow, a planet of only jungles. Earth has all of those types of places and more." Rhodey brought up various screens of many environments on Earth. Now to them, this wasn't all that surprising and interesting, but to most of the Jedi audience it was something special. "Fascinating," Jocastanu murmured. "How is it possible for one planet to contain so many biomes?" "That's a good question that really we don't know," Sam sheepishly admitted. "Most of this is elementary school stuff that we learned when we were kids, which we immediately forgot about as soon as we got out of it." Rhodey remarked with a "what can ya do" shrug. "I've never seen something like this," one of the elderly Jedi scholars stated in open fascination. "Every planet within the known galaxy is known for a set biome. Some have various areas but fall under the same condition. To think a planet exists with multiple types of environments," Trasaa said. "I would very much like to visit. Maybe you could help us find our way back," Sam said in wry humor. "What is it like to live on such a world?" Jedi Master Thol asked aloud. He had joined as the group began assembling around the Avengers, as it went from being a simple conversation between them and his secret lover Tra to a literal full-blown lesson on planet Earth. "It varies," Steve stated. "No two lives are the same. There's multiple countries, factions, cultures, and so on." "How many are we referring to in retrospect for those you've mentioned?" a Jedi Knight inquired. The Avengers exchanged glances, the four wondering which is the proper answer for this question. "Let's just say the short answer is a few hundred," Rhodey stated. "And the long answer, if you include the Earth's history, a few thousand." "All on one planet?" a scholar asked. "Yeah, pretty much," Scott confirmed. "Amazing." "Not as amazing as you think," Sam murmured under his breath, with only Rhodey and Steve hearing him, the former nudging him, and the two chuckled. "How about we show you something we know really well?" Scott abruptly said with a beaming grin. "Something I know all of you will like, cause everyone on Earth loves them." There was obvious intrigue at Scott's declaration as he pulled out his phone and brought up a holovid, one that made Sam palm his face in amusement. "Really, Scott? They are royalty and you know it, Sam," Scott dramatically stated, pointing at Sam with a silencing finger without looking up. Yoda let out a loud chuckle, making his presence known, along with an equally amused Anakin who was observing the whole little lesson with a smirk on his face. "Heartening to see, the thirst for knowledge remains," Yoda said, slowly walking forward. "For all ages to seek new information." "Master Yoda," Jocasta said in respect, with the rest of the Jedi present regarding him in the same manner. "Master," Steve greeted, with the other Avengers voicing their own hellos. "What can we do for you?" "A moment of your time, Captain Rogers, if you would," Yoda asked. Tilting his head, Steve stood up to walk after the Grand Master, whilst Rhodey and Sam patted Scott on his shoulder, bidding him goodbye. Slightly annoyed by being left alone, Scott faced Jedi that remained, as some had departed, with a majority of the remaining being younglings and Padawans. "All right, kids," Scott said aloud with confidence. It's time I taught you about the greatest music group on my planet. Yoda guided Steve to a secluded part of the library, requesting Anakin to stay with them. They had entered a solitary room with only 3 round, cushioned ottomans, with the room being shaded by the blinders. Come. Yoda gestured to the seats. Sit. Several things to discuss, we have. Anakin and Steve shared a look before the former simply shrugged, holding out his hand for Steve to go first. Nodding at the Jedi Knight, Steve took a seat, with Anakin seating himself right next to him, with both men facing Yoda. The Green Jedi sat cross-legged before the 2 men, eyes closed, with his walking stick resting upon his lap. Letting out a small grunt, the aged Jedi opened his gaze onto Steve. It was rather intense, with his eyes conveying the story of a wizened old Jedi who has seen a great many deal of things over the course of his 8 centuries of life. Yet he stared at Steve Rogers with the perplexity of that a young one. Sure, Yoda recognized many traits and characteristics of the super soldier he could easily admire and respect. But to Yoda, Steve was an entirely new entity. Him and the Avengers. Accommodating, your stay in the temple, has been? Yoda inquired after several seconds of silence. Steve looked to Anakin, who simply shrugged again as he didn't have Steve's answer. It's been more than we could ask for, Steve said with honesty. Yoda nodded his head slowly. Yet refrain yourselves from more, you have. We'd rather not take our chances, Master Yoda. Steve admitted. We're on a world far from home, and we don't want to go taking advantage of the one place that offered us a place to sleep. Sorry, the beds haven't been top-notch, Anakin said with a wry grin. Slept in worse conditions than a simple mat on the floor, Anakin, Steve said knowingly, turning back to Yoda. But Master Yoda, what do you want to talk to me about? Yoda hummed, closing his eyes once more and taking a moment to gather his thoughts. A great change has come to this galaxy. Yoda spoke, opening his eyes and facing Steve again. Your arrival. No warning, no premonition, nothing from the Force. Only your arrival, felt the Force has. As did all Jedi, Sith, and those connected to the Force. Time passes, and permeation remains. Paths diverging, unclear futures certain. Defined eventuality, hazed in a fog of uncertainty. Steve couldn't help but find it a bit difficult to process the small green master's words. Luckily, Anakin had gotten a good number of years on Yoda speak. What Master Yoda is trying to say is that you and your Avengers have changed a great deal of things here in the galaxy. Anakin quickly explained. Your coming has created a kind of upheaval in the Force. And to be honest, it hasn't really changed. So what does that mean then? Steve asked. I don't really understand this whole Force thing other than the surface level stuff you've already told us about. Understand, we do, Captain Rogers. Yoda said. Difficult situation we find ourselves in. Never before the Jedi faced with the event we have before us, has. Many doubts and fears spreading in the temple. The war, clouds judgment. The Sith, in the shadows they remain. Conflict, raging on with many innocents lost. Your arrival, affecting the Force, it is. Not of your own volition, it is not. Steve was a bit wary as on how to proceed in this conversation, as he felt that there was a lot he wasn't picking up on. I think, what Master Yoda is trying to convey is that your arrival is not your fault. Anakin quickly cut in, a wry expression present. And that the Force is reacting to you and that none of you are doing it intentionally. I thank you for the clarification. But I still feel like I'm missing something here, Steve said, crossing his arms in thought. This Force business honestly feels a bit out of my depth here. Understandable your plight is, Captain Rogers, Yoda stated. Do what we can to assist you in your stay here, we shall. It was at that moment, an idea occurred to Anakin. Say Cap. Have you ever been to Dex's Diner a few sectors down from here? Steve gave Anakin a confused look at the sudden proposition. What? It's this great place Obi-Wan took me to during my early years here at the temple. Anakin, getting up from his seat. Come on, you look like you could use a break from everything, and Dex has some fantastic choices. It'll be my treat. Steve was still silent, trying to figure out why Anakin was doing, but surprisingly Yoda encouraged this. Yes, go Captain Rogers. Yoda gestured with his hand. Find clarity outside the temple, you might. Frankly, Steve was bewildered at the sudden swerve of the conversation, but nonetheless he followed Anakin out of the room and towards this diner that he had spoken of. Yoda watched intently as the two men exited, his mind running through 1,000 thoughts at once. He felt it. Another shockwave in the Force. If he were being honest with himself, Yoda should have seen this coming. They all should have. That unusual shift in the Force felt by the Council 3 years ago perhaps was a premonition. At first, they had discarded the notion as they had received little to no answers as to what it was that the Force conveyed. But now, these enhanced beings with powers, technology, and abilities outside their understanding appear, and the leader tells them that this team had formed 3 years ago. While the other Jedi did not bring it up, Yoda recalled that day immediately. Was this a connection? Or the direct reason? This change wasn't isolated to their one galaxy. After hearing the brief but harrowing tales of these Avengers taking on extraterrestrial enemies that did not exist in the galactic archives, it was rather surreal to realize that life existed outside this galaxy. Or maybe, this Earth was in their galaxy all along and it was lost somewhere in the unknown regions. It was hard to decipher with the information they had right now. All Yoda was assured of was the shifting Force and the changes to come. And in a rare instance in his life, Grand Master Yoda experienced a sliver of fear. But not for himself. Never for himself. No, it was for his Jedi students, comrades, and friends. Though the code forbade it, in his heart he knew he viewed all the thousands of Jedi within the temple and out there in the galaxy as family. Every joyful experience, harrowing danger, mourning loss, death, he felt it all as he was connected to them all through the Force. He never infringed upon this connection, but to him, all that mattered was knowing the Jedi were alive and well. Yoda could only hope for guidance from the Force. Have this war end sooner than later and for the Jedi to survive. That's all he could ask for right now. Scene cut. It was a strange change of scenery to say the least for Steve. And yet, the fact that they were in a booth with dozens of aliens occupying other tables. It was bizarre how familiar this felt. Like a weekday night in Brooklyn back during the 30s. Another surprise for the soldier to see something like this being universal. And oddly comforting. After receiving their food, Anakin chowed down whilst Steve observed his platter of alien food that he had never had before. Tentatively, he ate the food and found it quite good actually, whatever it was, and ate with Anakin in relative silence. This went on with a few comments and small talk passed in between the two until they finished with Anakin leaning back, satisfied with his meal. Ah. Anakin exhaled, wiping his mouth clean. I've been meaning to come here but honestly haven't found the time for it. Can't imagine why. Steve remarked innocently, earning a wry grin from Anakin. Yeah, it's surprising how I miss the simpler days sometimes. Back when I was just with Obi-Wan, learning how to become a Jedi. Anakin said reminiscently. But, at the same time you're glad you can put your abilities to use for something. Steve cut in, garnering a surprised look from Anakin. Yeah. Anakin nodded, contemplating for several moments to himself. I never realized how much I actually enjoyed it. Not the war. But actually using my capabilities for good. Something to believe in. I second that. Steve said with a faraway look in his eyes. Back on my world, I come from a time of war. All I ever wanted to do was serve during that time. Fight for my nation. For the world, because who we faced threatened the stability and liberties of all. Looking back, I think on it so often now with modern times. How much of that war was actually just after everything that came out of it? Anakin didn't quite understand what Steve was referring to, making his confusion evident on his face. Steve saw this, and let out a weary sigh as he leaned his arms on the table. When I went under and was basically frozen in ice for 70 years, the world was at war. When I came out, they told me we won. They didn't tell me what we lost. Not just in body count. This last comment struck Anakin with a slightly conflicted expression now present. What was the cost of everything we had fought for? Steve went on, hands cradling his drink nearby. How much of ourselves did we lose to win and make that victory mean something? I had to find out the hard way ever since coming out that not all was as it seemed. It honestly wasn't as simple as it once was. Or so I thought it was. Anakin crossed his arms, slightly tense now. Steve, can I be personal with you for a moment? Steve gave the Jedi a strained grin. Haven't I been with you this whole time? Chortling at his response, Anakin relaxed a bit though he remained a bit rigid. When I first became a Jedi, I was only 9 years old. Anakin said, remembering his first days in the temple. By that point in terms of Jedi standards, I was too old. Jedi start extremely young, 4 and under and rarely anything above. Me being one of those exceptions. Steve arched his brow, his mouth downturning somewhat as his brows furrowed at that information. He wasn't aware that Jedi started so young. Anakin didn't notice, going on with his story. But I had gotten in. Anakin said with somber smile. And it took the Jedi who found me dying to finally convince the Council to allow me to join. The moment I joined, I tried so hard to fit in. Wordlessly, Anakin began to casually levitate one of the utensils on their table with practiced ease. Yet I knew I would never truly be accepted. Not simply at least. Anakin remarked. Not to boast or anything but I got the hang of a lot in a short amount of time. All those younglings and older apprentices just looked at me like I was some kind of freak even though we were all supposed to be the same Jedi. I always stuck out like a sore thumb. I did have friends of course, but even then I felt isolated. And don't even get me started on the rules. Anakin let out a mirthful chuckle. Oh man, the Jedi Code, the rules, the conduct. Ugh, I'd rather let Grievous gut me with one of his sabers than have to read or listen to another lecture about the damn rules. Sounds to me that you're a bit of a rebel, Master Skywalker. Steve dryly said with a joking tone. Though in his mind, Steve could see it. He could see what Anakin was truly conveying even though he tried to suppress it. I try. Anakin said, chuckling. Yeah, I wasn't exactly the exemplary Jedi in the temple. Tried as I might, even with Master Kenobi helping me. But you couldn't resist, could you? Heh, well, aside from glider racing at night. Anakin said sheepishly, still cringing a bit from that old memory. You know something, Anakin? Steve said conversationally though his voice dropped a bit. For as long as I can remember, all I wanted to do what was right. After everything I've done and seen. Sometimes I don't know what that is anymore. Helping people, saving them, going out there to fight the good fight so that others don't have to. That was all I really knew. All I do know honestly. And I find at times questioning whether or not I'm doing it right sometimes. I never wanted to do this for myself. Anakin stared at Captain Rogers with a slightly stunned expression, feeling his gut clench at those words. In the back of his head, he heard a soothing old voice he wished he could hear again. Telling him to believe in himself. To fight for what he stands for and to go out there and be the hero she knows him to be. He couldn't fight the stray tear that escaped, something that did not go unnoticed by Cap. You all right there, Anakin? Steve asked in concern. Nothing. Anakin quickly brushed off, though with shaky voice. I just got caught up in how dramatic you were. Steve now gave Anakin a flat stare which in turn made the Jedi chuckle aloud at Cap's expression. A second later, Steve joined in with the two sharing a laugh at Cap's more Shakespearean side. You just wanna save people at the end of the day. Steve said both to Anakin and to himself. Sometimes, that's you really can do. If only that were the case. Detecting a sense of familiarity, Anakin couldn't help but ask. Who couldn't you save? He asked the super soldier in quiet voice. Steve didn't respond at first, eyes facing the window where the bustling planet metropolis of Coruscant. I don't know really. Steve said to himself. I keep asking myself what's worse. Not being able to save my best friend when he needed me most. Or finding out he had been alive the whole time being a brainwashed slave to the very organization we fought to overthrow. Anakin hummed to himself until registering the last comment. Wait, what? Story for another time. Steve said with a small smirk. I feel like that's gonna be a recurring theme with you and the other Avengers. Anakin stated, getting a kind of confirmation with Steve's laugh. Well, you wouldn't be wrong honestly. A comfortable silence befell the two with the background sounds of the diner's patrons and employees going on in the background. I'm surprised really. Steve said aloud, breaking the silence. I guess I didn't realize how much I needed this. Thank you, Anakin. I owe you for this. Anakin stared blankly at Cap until he broke into a calm, content smile. I think we both needed this. If you ever need a friend to talk to, don't hesitate to ask. The courtesy extends both ways, Skywalker. Anakin mused momentarily, surprising himself as he thought back to his mother. She, who before Padme, meant the galaxy to him. And he couldn't save her. Even with all his power of a Jedi. That one thought alone at times consumed his nights on the worst of nights. And now sits before him a man who clearly is worried for his lost friends. Granted, these friends have abilities that exceed that of many individuals across the galaxy. But still, they were in a galaxy far, far away from home in unfamiliar territory. The current four got lucky with sheer coincidence. But the others? These Avengers had already helped the Republic and the Jedi several times already, and all they've done is provide shelter. That honestly wasn't good enough in Anakin's mind. He knew in his gut that these Avengers, they were not gonna just disappear suddenly. They were gonna make a mark on the galaxy. And Anakin, if he were being truthful to himself, he can't deny that he wants to be a part of it. Steve. Anakin began. I know that you're probably still worried about your friends. I would be too if something like that happened to Ahsoka or Obi-Wan. Steve remained silent, allowing Anakin to continue. If you want, you and the others are always free to join me in my fleet whenever you want. We'll help you find the rest of your friends. Anakin, you don't have to dash. You're right. Anakin interrupted. I don't have to. But I want to. You guys have done a lot for us in a short amount of time. The least we could do is help you out in your search for your friends. Rogers could only stare in slight astonishment at Anakin's blunt proposal. This wasn't like the time with Chancellor Palpatine, who had some underlying motive. This felt and seemed pure. Anakin just wanted to help. Maybe there was something more to this, but right now the Jedi Knight offered his help without asking for anything in return. You learn a lot about a man when you see him fight. And Steve always had his faith in people over institutions and systems. So this was a chance he was willing to take. I appreciate this, Anakin. Steve said earnestly. I mean it. No thanks needed, Cap. Anakin said with a wry grin. The two solidified this exchange with a firm, friendly handshake, and soon departed from the diner. Rather than returning to the Jedi Temple, the duo instead went to the docking bay nearby where Anakin's 501st Legion were currently stationed for their momentary reprieve. It didn't take long for them to find Captain Rex, who was going over inventory and mission reports along with Ahsoka Tano, who sat nearby on some crates. Captain Rex. Anakin greeted his second-in-command. Sir. Rex saluted, though Anakin immediately waved him down to relax. Hey Snips. Anakin said coyly to his young Padawan. What are you doing out here? Not shirking on your duties as a Jedi, are you? No. Ahsoka said lightly. Just making sure the men are rested and morale is high. Something I picked up from you. Hey Captain Rogers. Ahsoka. Steve nodded at her. They grow up so fast. Anakin said whimsically. What's the status on the men, Rex? Everyone good to go for our next deployment. More than ready, sir. Rex assured. We're just waiting on you. Though I do have to thank the Colonel and Lieutenant. Steve quirked a brow for clarity, with Rex nudging his head to his side. Looking over, both men saw Sam and Rhodey speaking with a dozen or so group of clone troopers, all of whom were clearly entertained by what Rhodey in particular was talking about. Sharing a curious look with one another, Steve and Anakin approached the assembled group just in time for War Machine's closing lines. So, since the suit could take the weight, I flew the tank right up to the General's palace, dropped it down in front of him. Rhodey then emphatically chopped his hands down. Boom, you looking for this? The clone troopers all began laughing, with many showing clear admiration and were clearly impressed with Rhodey's story. Sam meanwhile only rolled his eyes, a bemused grin on his face as he honestly couldn't believe that that was his fellow Avengers' go-to story even after everything they've done by this point. Then again, he should have seen this coming. Damaged pride and all. I see you guys have been keeping yourselves busy. Steve said aloud, announcing his and Anakin's arrival. General Skywalker, sir. The dozen troopers all said in unison, snapping up to salute. At ease, men. Anakin said. We're on shore leave, remember? So, gentlemen. Steve began casually. You've finally heard Rhodey's infamous tank story. Rhodey couldn't fight his groan. Aw, come on, Cap. I already heard that nonsense from Tony. And Thor's silence was enough. What about Sokovia? Steve asked. I'm saving that one. Rhodey countered. Right. Steve took a moment to look around. Where's Scott? We kinda left him behind at the temple. Sam admitted. Didn't seem like he wanted to leave anyway. Where do you think he is right now then? Steve inquired. Probably still back at the temple. Sam said. Well, it's getting late anyway. Anakin said. Let's head back to the temple. We've got an early morning tomorrow. For what? Sam asked inquisitively. I'll explain to you on the way. Steve said, beginning to stride away with Sam, Ahsoka, and Anakin. Rhodey lagged behind momentarily, sharing quick fist bumps with several clone troopers, internally proud at introducing such a simple gesture to this galaxy that will no doubt spread over time. Cut up, Fives, see you guys later. Give my regards to Heavy and Echo. The Avengers and their 2 Jedi companions returned to the temple soon after. Upon entering the temple, a strange but familiar sound to the Earthers was heard echoing across the hallways. The hell? Sam craned his ear forward, trying to hear whatever that was more properly. What's that? Ahsoka asked, looking up to her master who was just as befuddled as she was. I don't know. Anakin murmured, closing an eye while tilting his ear up. Wait a sec. Rhodey held up a hand. I know that tune. Tune. They began to walk down the hallway in the direction of the sound, and as they got closer, it was easily distinguishable as a song of some kind. At this point, even Steve recognized what they were listening to. It was after all one of the new things he had heard since coming out of the ice he found himself to really enjoy. Wait, isn't that the Dash? Magnifico oh. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family, spare him his life from this monstrosity. By this point, the group had stood before a doorway where the song was emanating from. One which all the Earthers knew very well. Upon entering the room, they were blasted by cheerful singing by Jedi younglings, Padawans, and even a few older knights and masters. To say that it was a bewildering sight would be a bit of an understatement. In the center of the circular room was Scott Lang, happily sang along with everybody, waving his hands along with the song while the rest of the younglings swayed along with him. Then came the guitar solo and everyone began jamming out. This was a bit of a surreal sight for those who had just entered the room, especially for the 2 Jedi, as this was uncharacteristically uncommon for the Jedi Temple. It was at that point that Scott swung around and finally saw the others, a big grin on his face. Hey guys! He greeted jovially. Where've ya been? Out. Was all Rhodey said, eyes still on the younglings laughing happily, finding that rather endearing. So I see you've been keeping yourself busy, Tic-Tac. Sam sarcastically stated. Hey, it's royalty, Sam. Scott said boisterously. Nothing beats Queen. Check the description for the links to the author.